back in the green. I'll keep an eye out on the YouTube browser, see if that one pops up. If they have, huge thanks to the Beyond All Reason guys. I know that it is their Easter, and they must have jumped on to give us a hand despite it being a holiday. Also, a big shout out to Flo and Nightmare who are here and assisting us on Easter. That we are doubly appreciative of that one. All right.
And shout out to the whole bar team for letting us do this
Oh,
as
yeah.
well. Like P-Tug, Shadow, being a big player in it, etc., etc., etc.
Looks like we are live on YouTube as well now, so that is great news for everyone involved. If you are having some audio issues, then feel free to try the YouTube out. I know that Twitch uses a lower bitrate codec versus YouTube, and I know that from our own streams, we tend to be a little bit louder on YouTube than Twitch.
Okay, we still got Tom in here.
Yes.
Yes. I am about to jump on out.
I've upped my audio just fractionally, and we'll see whether that can help out at all. I'm also just going to, oops, don't want to do that one. Just going to do a slight adjustment here and just bump these ones down fractionally, because I know that when those kick on, we do tend to lose a tiny bit of the rest of the players. All right, let's kick Tom out, and it's just me and Twig, and it looks like we are starting this one right up. Welcome to Raptor Crater. Is it a crater or is it a hill? It is a hill. We did get that invert in, so we do have King of the Hill, not King of the Hole this time. I'm just going to clear out all of those lines so that everyone can get a nice view of this. So what have we got? We've got 8 kings in the middle, all with a plus 45 bonus. They are going to have 10 minutes to try and build up as much of an offense as possible. I did think there was too many in the middle. One player has started to walk out. Just an unfortunate spot. They may not have loaded in time, so they got auto-placed in the middle. Alrighty though.
Battle started.
Alright, Com has disappeared, and they may reappear based on the grace of the mods. Alright, so what are the rules in this one? So we do not want to see kings passing this line that I'm drawing in the sand. We do not want to see peasants crossing any of these ramps. If they do, it can make things very, very difficult. Other rules: no air, plus 45 for the guys in the middle. No offensive structures used offensively. That means that we do have a player on a fighting command moving in. Oh dear. Anyway, Twig, I've been flustered. Why don't you take over for a moment while I get myself back into the rhythm?
Well, you've been flustered commentating on over 40 players in an RTS game where there's action on all angles. That's just rookie of you. No, yeah, it's very hard to cast these things. You can never keep up with the amount of action that happens. Even just in these first 10 minutes when people are just building their ecos, you can hardly keep up, and trying not to move our screens around while we're streaming these as well is very difficult, especially when we're so used to playing them. So kings typically will start and you can see kind of these little divots in the middle. I don't know if, we pray you will be able to see the lines I am drawing. They will take an eighth each of this sector, and they get 1 mechs in the background in the middle. So this player here, Duffy, will be getting those, and they will have 7 mechs each. Scale up their economy as fast as possible. I find you can quite easily get 1 fusion by the 10 minutes. A bit of spam and T2 lab quite confidently if you just do the very standard builds that you'd be doing in your 8 versus 8 games. Building your wind up, building a couple of solars, and yeah. Just a note for anyone that maybe saw that in the bottom of the screen, just where I'm hanging prey.
Yep.
That's what happens if you build and break the rules. This player down here built at the top of the ramp. Stay off the ramps, people. Otherwise, the moderators jump in and do their thing, and I love it when they do it.
I just like it when the units disappear. That's always my favorite. And there's people always
look away from the screen. It's like, what the hell happened?
Does look like
other thing that's real good to do in this, a lot of people forget to do if I don't mention it, is build mines. Mines are great when you've got choke points. Like, especially when I'm a peasant and you get the swarms of tier 2 units coming at the start and you're usually only T1, having those mines there, mines were detected announcement coming up, really helps to deter the kings from coming down your ramp, and they can go pick on somebody else while you get a little bit more of a fortification of some more units out, maybe a bit more eco. Other thing there's as well that's really efficient is just using your commander. Make sure you've got an energy storage, plenty of wind, and you can degun anything that rushes you at that 10 minutes. You might lose your comm, but you're probably going to take away most of their army at the same time with the explosion that the big boys do.
All right, now that we're getting back on track and we're running through, let's have a quick chat about what we like to see out of the different areas of the game. Starting in the corners. These corners are the eco centers of the peasants. One of the things that is really worthwhile doing is funding one of the players in the corners and getting T2 and then getting it out to everyone. Even if the frontline players aren't able to help fund them, it's still worth sending them a T2 constructor, because those T2 constructors are probably the only thing that's going to prevent them from going T2 themselves and being incredibly weak at that 10-minute mark. You definitely want those players as strong as possible to fight for you and let you get that eco boom. However, if your frontline players do start to struggle, switch into units as quickly as you possibly can, because again, if those front lines fall, you're going to be in big trouble. Lots of comm detonations for lots of metal. That's one thing we don't usually see quite as much of, but with so many comms on each team, it is a very good strategy to sack quite a lot of them for that early meshal. Just remember though,
the king's down to 5. That is a riskier number. We've had a game before where we were down to 1 king left, and it was so close to getting sniped in a previous week, and that was just because so many people detonated at the start for the kings, and there was only like 1 left. I think it was a throwing game actually, so you're only starting with 4 kings and 3 of them detonate. You're not going to get very far.
It does look like just about all of the kings have their T2 up, whether they manage to do the comm self-D or not. And it looks like around the outside we do have at least some T2 sharing, though not a lot. It does look like this orange player is grabbing their own T2, and it does look like we're going to have a potentially very strong right-hand side if all of those are handed out. Top right is with Tank Tom up there. It does look like they've only got the 1 T2 lab between them, but it does seem like there might be some struggle with handing all of those out to everyone. And on
just
the
for
left,
you guys that are wondering, behind Tank Tom's starting position there, you can see the little green ARNL logo. So that's a widget. Anyone can put that in game, and it will spawn an image that you upload into the UI folder instead of the, I suppose, the explosion that the commander creates when it drops in at the start of the game. Just a bit of an FYI, little fancy feature. Only visible by you though, if you have it uploaded. But you'll see a few of those on our screen for members of AllReasonNoLogic tournament winners and tournament participants. If you want to get one of those behind your screen, participate with us regularly and you'll get one.
Yes, and we do see one in the center, and it does let us keep track of our regulars, and it is very nice seeing them joining us on these nights. Always makes me smile when I see one of those in. If it is a colored image, blue, green, or purple, it's one of myself, Twig, or Tank Tom. If it is yellow, it's a tournament winner, and if it is gray, then it is a community member. So if you see those in videos, then you'll know who you're seeing. Does look like we did have a comm explosion on the right, a little bit too close to that mechs. Twig, how do you tell whether your comm is going to blow something up in the base?
So, looking at, have you got a commander on your screen that you can select? Select that commander and press space X, and you'll see this little flashing yellow circle outside of the range of where it can shoot. That is the detonation range that a commander has. You can actually select that with any unit, space X, and it will show you how far the explosion radius is. Obviously concentrated to the center and peters out as it gets towards the edge of that radius from the center of the circle. And you don't want to be losing units that you don't have to when detonating your commanders. Walk them away from your eco center and do your thing, get that reclaimed safely.
That is actually one of the things that I learnt from this game mode. I thought it was just the red ring around the comm. We do have a Lazarus that's peaked up the ramp a little bit, but just looking at how it has been spread out, I'm not going to query that one. That one's a-okay. They've just
tell you what,
done some quick area commands, and this is actually really smart out of this player with all these Easter eggs on the ground. They're actually going to get quite an advantage from that one Lazarus.
8 minutes 20 and Duffy's just about to put out his third fusion. I'm going to have to watch this replay to see how he got 3 up that quickly.
Duffy, very, very strong and very experienced with this one. Does look like the way that he's achieved it is by consuming all of his T1 production, wind and storages, the whole lot. He's also right down in metal, not enough to actually build a lab, so this is going to come up quite late with 600 in the bank. And at a rate of 120 income, 150 income, it's not going to pop up for another 20 odd seconds. I totally didn't zoom in to see the number.
I'd just like to point out as well what he's building on his front line, the 2 ramps that Duffy is responsible for defending. You've got pitbulls and beamers. It is important to mix T1 and T2 defenses into your defenses. A lot of people, they get T2 up and they go just T2 defenses. They are terrible against spam. You want to get beamers, twin guards, even LLTs just to take out those ticks, those rovers, spawns, the grunts, etc. The scorpions and the pitbulls there to do a bit more damage against the bigger units.
A pitbull is 680 metal, and it will kill approximately the same number of grunts as a beamer will if they are charged in great enough quantities. Left. Here we go, let's look for that early aggression.
There does not look to be many units coming out of the peasants. Too many weeks we see no units coming up out of the peasants, and the 10-minute mark is when you want to attack, because the kings probably haven't got their defenses fully up. Duffy definitely got some jags out that I will be sure to. Let me just put.
Here we go. Looks like the bottom of the map. We have the only offensive push out of the peasants. We have a couple of the ticks as well as some grunts and a couple of hounds to back them up. Unfortunately, they are pushing into Duffy, which is going to be one. Oh, sorry, that's not Duffy.
That's Bondman.
Pushing into Bondman. Bondman is going to be hopefully experienced enough to deal with this. A couple of spaced out LLTs. I do like that they are in here.
Oh, right hand side.
Oh, we do have a big push down from Pink, and this one's actually made it through. There were no defenses. We do have some Marauders coming to clean this up, but with all the winds bunched up, a lot of this will chain react. Oh, so close to a chain reaction just there. Got to push in if they can pop those converters. That'll definitely chain react those winds, but not firing on quite the right things. The comm's going to go down. Oh, that's huge. That's an entire player down.
That's what one player, one peasant can do.
Meanwhile,
just one peasant did that.
Duffy is pushing out, and this is quite a force to have to deal with. Mausers that are supported by Jags. This is going to be a rough one, unless this comm can get some amazing D-guns, but unfortunately only a couple through, and it is going to detonate without taking out a lot of those Jags. Does look like Duffy's push is going to be a successful one and take out quite a bit on this side, and the units that should be used offensively are now coming in to try and work on this defensively. Very strong pushes out of the King. We also have Uzi, who's making his way up with a couple of Fiends, but I don't think those will push through anytime quite yet. But Duffy has managed to crack a player. The question is, can he move up and take out one of the eco centers, or is this just going to become a wedge up onto the peasants platform? Does look like some spam is making its way in from just above, from the top right, but it is getting cleaned up quite nicely by the Dragon's Maws defenses, and there are some Marauders moving in to protect. Not quite enough spam to break through. Do have a little push from Red with Sprinters, which are heading into Bondman's base, but these scattered LLTs doing a great job. Apologies about the switching colors whenever I click on units. It is most certainly.
I have to say the eco is a little closer than what I like to see from the peasants' point of view. That is, it's not great. Usually the peasants are at about 80% ahead after the 10-minute mark. It's 12 minutes now. I mean, only one player has really fallen, so I would like to have seen that eco a little bit further ahead. Yes. Some of those corner ecos not as big as we often see them in these games. In fact, only really one strong eco coming up in the top right, I'd say.
We do normally see a couple of those corners really getting their communism on, and we have seen as many as 2 fusions and 2 aphis up in a corner by the 10-minute mark, which is an absolutely crazy feat for 3 players to get done. It does look like Duffy has been repulsed in the bottom side of the map. Enough spam has been done, but Duffy has not used this time idly. He's built himself up to 5 fusions and a 6th one on the way, so each push out of Duffy is going to get stronger by a force of magnitude. While this is going on, a couple of the other kings getting their aphis up, a few just starting now. There are a couple too many projects going on for a few of these players. It's very hard to build a T3 and a fusion at the same time. Looking around
Windows
the map,
tech support is continuously pushing the northern ramps against the I won't go colours because it's probably different on your screen.
It's against Sergeant Raccoon and Captain Spooky. Great use of these Recluse, allowing them to duck up and down the sides of the ramp and getting attack angles. Even though these are traditionally used to attack up into high ground, they do a very good job attacking down. If they can get even just a couple of these shots onto that energy conversion core, there we go. That's going to be a mass chain react. Make sure to split up your energy conversion and your energy. Those ones will take each other out in a massive level.
It's really important to include a few of these webbers in the composition as well, because there's 1,500 metal sitting on the ground now that you can easily reclaim, which you can see he's doing right now. So nicely done by Windows Tech Support. Quite an experienced player. We do have this pool of marauders on the right hand side going back and forth. You can't quite decide, am I going to send them down the ramp to attack, or are they needed defensively? They look like they're just going back and forth, defending from little probing attacks on the right hand side.
It does look like they're in the right position. If they weren't here, there would not be very much to stop those tanks from wandering through. There is not a lot of defenses up and about in this area. I would like to see them used offensively, but defensively has worked out, and it does look like they're going to help push a lane that is already starting to fall. It does look like we're to a degree stalemating right here, and that will end up favouring whichever team can eco harder. The Kings are having to put a lot of metal into their units to maintain these pushes, but they are also getting work done with a comm falling in the top side of the map, and with Duffy's relentless push in the bottom side of the map starting to make a little bit of ground, but with all those beamers up and with the welders in front certainly slowing down, but these pulsars should start starlights should start making short work of this. You do need to get spam up in these situations. You have to make those starlights target things that are not cost effective. Does look like Pink's managed to make it in again to the player that was reset. This time it will be cleaned up very nicely by the Marauders and by the Razorback, but Pink, absolutely phenomenal work, scaling well, getting the aggression on, and keeping the Kings inside their base and not attacking. That is where you want them to be.
Down the bottom of the map, in the middle lane, that man Melvin's got his commander cloaked right in the corner of the wall, just keeping some vision there with the one beholder, and managing to de-gun any units that come near the edge there.
Very clever strategy right there. There is some hounds there that might be able to target it because he's so hugged into that cliff.
Duffy has pushed through with those starlights.
There we go, the starlights breaking that defense. Very nice work, and now there is very little in the low ground to defend this, and I think that one grunt is going to get the conversion and going to keep breaking its way through.
Unfortunately, the eco in the corner that he's against does not seem to...
They do not have what they need. By the 15-minute mark, the corners should definitely be on multiple aphis.
Yeah, or at least a couple of them. You want to keep pushing from at least a couple. I reckon Duffy's going to quite easily clear this out. I don't see any of these players.
Just looking to the right-hand side, we do have a red team comm that has just managed to de-gun half of that Marauder push, as well as all of the frontline units from the blue team, but not quite enough as it was too widely spread. And now we do have a Sheldon ball backed up with arbiters and fronted by ticks and sumos that are pushing through into the bottom right side eco. Does look like another com may be able to get some D-guns, but unfortunate D-gun there.
Oh no.
And this is going to leave the entire eco open. This is going to be a big problem for the bottom half of the map. If the bottom half of the map falls completely, that does give the Kings the ability to shore up the sides and then have a very secure place to expand to and take over the match. You never want to let the Kings control an entire frontier. Good choice by these Marauders heading up to the top. There is a lot of twin guards here, and they will certainly slow the Marauders down. Because the Marauders have split up, there is in fact enough that is going to push them out. But this wind, unfortunately the wind built in a rack of 3, which means it will chain react the entire way along. We do have a short on this one. If you want to learn how to build wind that does not continuously explode once it starts. This 2x2 section on the left is a great example of how to do that. Big losses right there when they didn't have to be quite so bad, but we do now have 2 broken lanes, Duffy pushing in up on the left, and now we have a combined arms force pushing in on the right. Really good decision by by Small, the King that got attacked very, very early on, just assisting his team by getting ticks in the front to absorb some shots and to give vision. When you're this far behind, you have 2 choices. You can either try and get in just like Small is doing and assist the players that are doing well or needing help, or you can try to just pull back and eco. I don't mind either way.
Just provide a little bit of advice. This is a great composition with these Sumos, the Sheldons and the Arbiters. Is there any radar in there? Either way,
the radar has been taken out, but a new one is walking up to the front.
You can see Uzi is grabbing those Sumos and then walking them through, then following the Sheldons and the Arbiters. What you can do is select everything, hold down control, and if you do that, Prey, you'll see a little crosshair appear in the middle of the army. If you've right-clicked after you hold that crosshair down, the army that you've selected will move at the speed of the slowest unit in that composition.
That is a very useful thing to do, but you can also just shove the Sumos forward. They are very tanky, they do provide vision, and they also have decent damage. Does look like another comm falling, and it does look like Duffy has started pushing in the other direction and is going to try to work to break this brown player so that blue can start working in. 2-pronged attack, sending all the Fiends that were already up there through, and then while the defensive firepower is looking backwards, sending Fiends from the front line. Really well coordinated attack as both of these are hitting at the same time, and right before that Pulsar too, though against spam the Pulsar isn't going to overly affect things unless it gets a shot that punches through just about everything. Shield generator does look like it is going to go down, and does look like it has been intentionally targeted. Does allow for artillery to start hitting this position. It was a great defense, but unfortunately with the fall of the players around you, you do need to adjust your defensive lines to be able to deal with that. Another tick push in to Small. Small really has been taking the brunt of everyone's fury in this match. There are Titans and there are Razorbacks here to clean it up, but still losing some mexes and still losing some progress to this. Also love this. A whole series of gremlins, which are invisible tanks. If you look really closely, this orange line, that is what you have to be inside of to see them. So these units could potentially sneak in. We have seen gremlins change the face of an entire game. If you look inside the base, the Kings in the bottom half are still reasonably spread out, but in that top half, if you're able to take out, say, one of these APHIS, it's going to chain react through the build power, the conversion. It may leave the other APHIS standing, but it will just absolutely destroy their ability to manufacture units, which sometimes is enough to swing the balance of the game. It does look like Duffy has managed to finish breaking this corner and is now heading in to try and deal with the other players in the middle. There is some potential room for expansion, but it's still not overly safe for the Kings.
It does look like the top left-hand corner's got a few AFSs up now. Same with the bottom right, so maybe we'll get a bit of a push, but I feel like it's going to be almost too late. If more than one corner on this map falls to the Kings, it generally goes in the Kings' favour. But like we've seen so many times, all it takes is one massive chain reaction in the middle eco to take that all out. I mean, I'd be targeting Duffy's massive eco, just finishing off his 6 AFIS after he's already got 6 fusions up.
Has managed to eco really nicely in the background. And But we're getting some very, very powerful ecos online for the middle. We do have Ollie just getting his, looks like he is...
Oh, we got these gremlins actually further in this time. Are they going to get enough?
They have
no,
been they have been spotted by a counter intrusion, and many of them have been seen. Unfortunately, they're all moving through the same path, which is where a Razorback is, and so unfortunately getting picked up there. So no win for these units, unfortunately. Great attempt though. We do love seeing these unorthodox tactics. Every week there seems to be one thing that people try. Sometimes it is that sneaky tick, other times it's invisible units, and yet other times it is mine layers or something along those lines. Every night seems to have a theme. Looking at the big push on the left side, we're seeing a combined fiends and demons trying to push their way through this most heavily defended position, and with the firepower of these demons absolutely pushing through those defenses, and it looks like they're going to break through potentially onto that second layer. Those 3 Aphis very, very useful, but if they go down right now, then they won't have paid themselves off and made themselves into a powerhouse for the game.
Situation is grab your commander and put him on the invisible, and then go send him onto those demons to get degun as many as possible. Unfortunately, not degunning. Putting them in invisible straight away then meant that they were already taking damage before the demons could be taken out.
Big thing to note here, if you put conversion on both sides of your Aphis and both sides of the conversion pop, it will pop your Aphis. If you build them all on one side, it usually leaves your Aphis alive, provided it's not completely surrounded. Does look like this is turning into quite the struggle for the peasants. We do still have a very strong right side, but they are starting to be picked apart from the bottom of the map where the other lanes have fallen. We still have a bastion in the bottom. Very nicely defended, but I'm not seeing anywhere that this is going to go offensive. And with these pawns moving through this wind in the back line, their eco is going to be terminated. These units, if they just swap to a fight command at this point, they should actually survive and push through all of this wind. But remember, when they are close to the wind, they do take a little bit of damage from each one of them blowing up. Just noting how well this has survived despite the attack through it. This is because the wind was built in a way that it won't chain react. Looking around the map though, the King's Eco, if you look at the top right of the map though, the King's Eco is now very, very much so ahead. Essentially double what the peasants have to go on. Considering how many peasants have been wiped out and just how hard the kings have been eco-scaling, that is still quite impressive that the peasants are still this far into it. But they just do not have the... Now that the kings can consolidate their power and fight together, the peasants are going to struggle very, very hard.
The Razorbacks on the bottom right of the map have finally been pulled. They've been grouping up for a while there, and they're taking out the fusions. You can see how effective the commander, when it is cloaked, managing to take out a few then and not dying, is. Really makes a difference, but all too little too late. Probably too many peasants this game. I think that still didn't attack with anything, so there was only 1 or 2 probes into the kings at any one time. You need at least half the team putting pressure on constantly, and then the other half focusing on that eco. It seemed like it was all eco, but not enough eco.
Just remember, when a king builds an Aphis, the Aphis produces plus 45%, so it's producing closer to 4,500. That means instead of 4 converters, it can build 6. And that means that instead of getting 40 metal from those 4 converters, you are getting closer to... You're getting 15 metal-ish from 6 converters, which is much closer to that 90 metal mark. So Aphis are more than twice as efficient as a king, so they only need to build half as many. That means that if you leave the kings to scale, they can scale very quickly and very hard. One of the things that we have seen before in this game, you can, as a peasant who only has 3 mexes, you can build 50 incisors by 10 minutes. 50 incisors by 10 minutes. And that's without overly hampering your economy. If someone still gives you that T2 builder, then you can still have those T2 mexes. If you do that, and if more than one player does that, we don't think the kings will have a good time. If 4 or 5 players do it, the Kings will have a really bad time. If 40 players do it, that's 2,000 incisors at 10 minutes. I'm sorry, but no team is going to survive 2,000 incisors at 10 minutes. Just looking at the top starting to fall pretty heavily now. All of the force is now moving from that bottom. It's just cleaning up the last vestiges of the bottom, and then it's going to move from that bottom up to the top. All the aphis destroyed in that bottom right-hand corner. And now we can put all assets into being offensive at the top side.
Just clean up Cree going through now. So, Pray, it was mentioned in the comments earlier that we should take on everyone. What do you reckon would be fair? Because I know X Factor had, I think it's 109 APM when he played, actions per minute. I reckon if you got the three of us, myself, you and Tank Tom, we would probably only just get to 109 with three of us put together. Do you reckon we need a couple extra comms or one extra comms so that it's quarters of this?
X Factor had six comms in that one, I'm pretty sure, maybe 5. I would happily take on the challenge without any, but I also know that I'd take on the challenge as Armada, and I'm pretty sure you would too. If we're all planning Armada, because I know that that's the strat that we tend to use in King of the Hills, then it would be nice to have one Cortex comm, just so that we're not left in the late game without things like catapults or juggernauts.
Yeah.
But
maybe
if
we drop a AI in there, just an inactive AI that we can use the /take command on, so that we've got a Cortex comm for a late game.
Does look like we're getting a final push out of the pink player, who's managed to amass a large number of Titans, and is going to start pushing those towards the center. If you can get spam with those Titans, you might actually be able to run them in. We've seen this before, where 4 Juggernauts nearly crippled the Kings after the Kings had basically won. We've also seen it with 10 Juggernauts. There's a few more than that. Unfortunately, they're not being overly controlled into the middle of the map. They're just trying to engage these armies, which isn't going to get a counter win in this situation.
Tank Tom needed to just press into the middle, and that is it. One select and one click,
yes.
Rather than
group them up and push them in.
I thought he had a few in the middle, but that is the peasants. The colours playing tricks with my mind.
Yes.
You can see how far these just 4 got. So
yep.
If he sent all of them,
could have punched right in. And as I've said, those units really are tanky. We have seen 4 Juggernauts push up a ramp and into a third of the way into the King's base, completely unsupported at the 35-40 minute mark. It was absolutely crazy. But unfortunately, these ones are just used for defense. Here we go. We do have another push coming out of one of the other players up here. If these ones are sent entirely to the middle, it is entirely possible that they'll make it through.
in case you haven't picked up, this is obviously cheeky shenanigans for a little bit of fun.
What? No. No. The kings in the top, sorry, the peasants in the top corners had enough eco to build 45 jugs in a very short amount of time. That's a thing that people can do.
I think they're Titans, actually.
Oh, sorry, Titans in a very short amount of time. Apologies, has been a big Easter for all of us. They just have to walk straight on into the center is what they have to do.
We could probably get there, I think.
Oh, they can get there. There's enough.
Razorbacks aren't going to do enough here. Snipers were the right call here. If only there was ticks being sent in.
Yeah, tick spam, snipers, and ironically demons are actually quite good at clearing out packed Titans. Their DPS is just crazy. Does look like all of the kings are getting together to try to stop this from breaking through. Doesn't look like they're going to stop one of the two pushes.
Top right hand corner. So it's a race. Does that comm get exploded in the top right, or are these Titans getting first?
That is a good question. Titans are starting to fall though in large numbers, and spam has been redirected. All players are coming in to try and close this one up. Does look like the topmost Titans, the front runners, have been taken down, and the rest are nice and mixed in. It does look like there will be enough to keep these out of the base. At least mostly, I do think the T1 labs will fall. but it will be a struggle to get the entire eco center with just how quickly these are going down. A couple of these do need to be manually fired into... There we go, that's a chain reaction. That is a lot of the build power going down, but none of the big explosions happening just there. No Aphis or Fusion to push this one through. Unfortunately, I do think that's going to be about as far as those Titans managed to push. Good effort, but not quite enough. All the Kings coming together nicely to stop this from... just stop the rest of these units from making their way in.
I think that's about it. Maybe it's about time that that last commander dies.
Yes. I do think that is all she wrote for the team, and ready to start a new one, I would say. Take Tom did try indeed. It's gone quiet for a second. Everything's out of range of everything.
I'll be back in about a minute. If you can just hold the lobby until this one ends, and I'll be back shortly.
No worries. Looks like Tank Tom has rejoined us. Tank Tom nearly managing to push in. How did you manage to build up so many Titans in for that last push?
Magic. You just got to believe in it hard enough and it appears.
Good answer, good answer. How did you feel this one went? The Kings certainly felt quite dominant here.
Yeah, the Kings did a good job of getting down, all like holding everything and then pushing down and systematically working their way around the outside.
Yes, I did
We tried
notice
to push in a number of times, but just couldn't get enough critical mass to actually make it to the middle.
Yeah. I did notice there were only a handful of players that actually tried their luck on taking on the Kings, and most of them were in the top right or right side of the map. Everywhere else was happy to play quite passively, and it unfortunately did not result in a peasant victory. One thing that we really do want to emphasize, usually the team that is more aggressive in the first minute or two tends to be the one that wins.
Oh yeah. I'm realizing that I've done King build orders, but haven't really done much practice as a peasant.
Yeah.
And I'm feeling it tonight.
One of the big things you have to do as a peasant is just ensure that you work in the corners, all three players and even some of the others work together just to get that one T2 lab to distribute T2 to everyone, and then scale into Aphis like crazy. We have seen some pretty crazy builds from some very high level players that get 2 to 3 Aphis up by that 10-minute mark. I'm not saying you need to go to that level, but having one up by the 10-minute mark in the corners is almost a prerequisite for the peasants to win. Just having a quick look in. Doesn't look like we have graphs for this one again, but we can have a quick look at the stats. Damage dealt favoring the Kings by about 20% again, and that's what we usually see from the victorious side. And one of the big aspects here was that damage efficiency, 122%. That makes up the extra little bit right there. For the metal produced, it would be great to have the graphs, because we can actually show that the peasants start well and truly ahead. But we also then see, we see the Kings catch back up. Let's jump on out of this one into the lobby and set up that next one.
I've got the graphs on mine, and you can see the Kings just absolutely took off.
Yes.
Once they got to that sort of 15-20 minute mark.
All right, let's cycle some Kings.
All right, Duffy and Ollie can't be king this time. They are just too OP. Can we get 8 new kings? Preferably some that haven't been up there before.
Yes, unfortunately, we are going to limit the minimum, a minimum OS and a minimum chefs. We would love to bring in, we would love new players to try kings, but unfortunately, in the matches with this many people, we have found that if a very new player does jump in as a king, it is essentially a guaranteed win for the peasants, because holding an entire 8th against 4 to 5 players is something that takes a little bit of experience in the game. So
I reckon we'll call it a minimum 3 Chev and minimum 5 OS for a king.
I would say that is a very, very good way of doing it, because three chefs is not too hard to get, is it?
No, I think 3 chefs is either 10 hours or 50 or something like that. 50 maybe?
We might consider some high OS 2 chefs, but 3 chefs and 5 OS is the cutoff for kings. Just double checking.
Let's move Bondman up there, and he can jump back down if no one else joins.
Yes. All right, let's have a quick
people,
look.
If you're listening, please jump down there, give it a go.
Yes. Kings, it does seem like a bit of an intimidating position, but I definitely find it the most fun part of the night. Just having a quick look at the comments. Nicely defended. I'm assuming that was from the initial push that Duffy did and how the peasants cleaned that one up. I thought that was a very solid defense. Unfortunately, the starlight's being a little bit too much. And we've got another comment, Twig, Prey, and Tom versus the rest. Sounds like that idea is starting to gain some traction, so maybe we'll have a look at doing that in another game or two.
The team 2's locked.
Okay.
Not join
That's
it.
what's happened.
I don't know who locked it though. That'd be why they couldn't leave it as well, I'm guessing.
Does look like we've also got some more high OS players and high chefs that have joined the peasant side, which we're quite excited to see. Just to answer the question in chat, winning in peasants is if you let the kings sit, the kings will probably win, because they can scale pretty hard with that plus 45 bonus. However, if you don't let the kings have free time just to sit on all their mexes and to sit on building eco instead of units, then they do have to produce a lot to try and match what you can throw at them. Let's just take a single player on 2 fusions building Jags. 4 players on the outside building units that counter Jags will easily keep them in check. And yes, they can move into other units and blah, blah, blah. But there are actually 4 players on the outside for every player, even if you take the eco corners out of the equation. So yes, as a king, you do have a lot more. You do have to deal with a lot more because you're guarding multiple entrances. You have to be on the offensive. You have to deal with a lot of peasants. But as a peasant, you really do need to work with your team to get that win. If all the peasants play as individuals, then the peasants will almost never win. If the peasants unite together, then they will have a good time. The whole foundation of this King of the Hill game mode actually came from a season 1 Game of Thrones thing, where Robert Baratheon asks what's stronger, 5 or 1. And the answer, according to him, is 1 because it's a fist, and 5 is just 5 fingers. That's actually where this whole conversation, this whole thing started at, and it's turned into something absolutely wonderful. Just going to mute for a second while I take my jumper off. It was quite a cool day, but my PC has heated up my room nicely.
So give me a second, guys. I'm trying to figure out this command. It's a mod 1 only, so Flow has locked it.
Yeah, it's potentially worth not. I can understand why, but it makes it challenging to get stuff going again.
There we go. It's been done.
What's happened?
The teams were locked, so we couldn't actually move anyone around.
Very good. Very good.
All right, we've sorted it. If we can have 8 new commanders down in the Kings.
Yes, Duffy, we do appreciate you jumping in and playing Kings, but we do need you to jump in for peasants, at least for this one.
We need Duffy to show them how it's done with that commie eco.
I want a power corner, Duffy. I want you to absolutely crush the kings from the outside. No, I don't. I want the kings to win. All right, we do need. Oh,
looking for 2 or actually 3 more.
3 more. Tank Tom, I think we're
preferably
gonna
20s, 10s. Yeah, maybe Tom can jump down there. So
yeah,
we've got.
jump in there. No, I can't.
It's still not unlocked.
Oh,
You're
jumped in the spec to
Oh.
join you guys now. I can't.
Well, that's a thing. Looks like we've had a couple more join in. That's excellent. Also, just one of the other parts about being a king, because you have all that eco, the way balancing your metal production, your energy production, and your build power in particular is a different challenge to what you normally have to do in a regular 8 versus 8. There is a lot more to it. And that can definitely throw you off if you've never tried with a plus 45 bonus before. So you can definitely see kings that massively stall on build power, metal, and energy, and that can be a big problem for them. Looks like we've got a few too many kings jumping on down. Just going to move those.
Yeah, we'll keep the lower OS ones down there, and keep maybe XTA put back up into peasants. He is very good at this game. I think Apex one of the higher OSs for the free-for-all game mode. Nope, somebody else has been moved. Praedyth, wrong player.
I was just moving the people without bonuses.
Yeah, that's 8 with bonuses, so we're good to go.
Apex is down there for me, without the bonus.
Yep.
Is it different on your screens?
There's just a lot of people.
Yeah,
looks like he's getting lucky. It is quite an OP Kings team at the moment. We'll see how they go.
Yes, there is a lot of experience down there. For anyone listening, if you want to watch the, if you do want to see the peasants absolutely destroy the kings, then be a peasant and go early in sizes. Just everyone, just do it. You'll absolutely crush them.
Got one more that needs to ready up, or we might spec him if he doesn't.
Just put a ring down in there. Can we post the rules as well?
Yep, we'll do.
Yeah, go.
Excellent.
There we go.
Then, Chrono, I'm not even going to dignify that with an answer. That is an evil thing to ask. You're evil.
I'd rather go in the middle and do this AllReasonNoLogic versus the rest challenge than have Legion enabled. It got messy last week with the Legion. We can do maybe one at the end of the night.
Yes.
When we just don't give a shit anymore because we're so tired.
Alrighty then, we are loaded in. I don't need to change scenes because I didn't swap over to the other one. Just gonna pop a quick post in chat if you want to join the Discord to be part of your team, then feel free. And I'm just gonna post that one in the Twitch and the YouTube as well, just in case anyone is still in there. Alrighty then. Rules are up. So just remember, stay off those ramps, people. Please stay off those ramps. And beyond that, no air, and don't use structures offensively. Looks like red team is going to be in the middle this time. And blue around the outside. Because we do have Twig and Tank Tom out here, I'm going to give myself a little bit of a slight rest during this commentary and let them take over, at least until the action starts getting very heavy, at which point I can't help myself and I'll start talking over everyone.
We love you for it, mate. So typically the kings will start in the middle like you can see on your screen and work their way out, usually sending out. I like to build a T1 constructor for each line of mexes. So sending one out along one line, one out the next, and then keep them at the end of that line ready to build your static defense once the economy allows for it. Also try and getting all of those upgraded by the 10-minute mark to T2 mexes. Advanced metal extractors. Is AMEX a thing? Using AMEX as an acronym for them? I feel like AMEX.
I mean, you can't really pay for them with a card, so I don't know if that quite works out in this scenario, but...
and they're not an anime studio.
While we are waiting for this one, maybe in the chat, people can say, let's just say the three of us do take on everyone in this fine game mode of ours. How many extra commanders do you reckon we should have to make it fair? We will have a plus 100 bonus. That is not the 45. It will be a plus 100 bonus like X Factor had. Let's see if we can achieve what he got very close to achieving, but not quite. I'm thinking one Cortex commander, and we'll give it a red hot crack.
Must be getting close to ready.
We got is that you, Praetor, saying give them no bonus comms?
Yeah, I use the rock account.
Wait, so you're... Hang on, wait. That means you're trying to tank us?
Wait a minute, I'm part of that team too.
You absolute numpty. Come on, people, get in the comments. I want to know actually how many comms we should have. Surely just the starting 3 is not enough. I don't know though. I want it to be even. I'm very OCD. Like there's 8 sectors in this map, so 4 maybe, or 8.
Looks like we're going to have a slightly different split of the middle for the kings this time around. Rather than going between the rocks, they seem to be straddling a rock each, just based on where they're drawing their lines.
I am loving how much communication is happening at the top left of the map with Duffy in his usual position. We should see some pretty damn good eco out of that corner. Often matching the kings for eco when you've got one of these very averse players doing their thing. I do hope, maybe for anyone that's listening, as peasants, build a bunch of T1 units at about the 8-minute mark. Just build nothing but units at the 8-minute mark as a peasant and rush them in once that 10-minute elapses. And we're underway. Just to remind everyone the rules, I'm going to post them in the lobby and then read them out. So no rush timer, obviously 10 minutes, stay off the ramps. Can't say that enough. There's always 1 or 2 breaches. No structures, including nuke, Junos, anything that can hit the enemy eco. When I say hit the enemy eco, if it can reach a mex, it's shooting too far. It's been put too close. You can build defensive structures, of course. King's no reclaim map. We don't like to explain that one just so that we don't get any breaches for those who don't know it. But those who do know it, don't do it. The co-op eco, of course, is allowed. Nothing wrong with a little bit of communism in bar. I won't comment on it outside of the game, though. You can build eco anywhere after the no rush timer elapses. If you're a king and you do break a corner, I definitely advise getting some twitches or consoles down into those corners and rebuilding that eco. Res what's fallen. Rule 6, the most important one, have fun.
We've just had somebody in chat ask if Stinkbee is in a good position. If Stinkbee is planning on feeding Duffy, then yes, that is going to significantly boost Duffy if Stinkbee gets all of Duffy's wind online.
What's really good with combined eco as well, once you get to that T2, T3 stage of the game, just give that player that doesn't have anything, because they've given you all their eco, give them the stuff to micro and they can focus solely on micro and get way more efficient trades. You don't want to be tabbing back to your base and losing out with some inefficient trades. Tom, how'd you go last time? You're in the corner. What was your sort of build? Did you do any sort of communism, or are you just playing all on your lonesome?
Kind of, but more on my lonesome.
Yeah. Did see you had those Titans miraculously appear at the end of the match. You didn't send them in though. You just defended with them. Titans are an aggressive unit, mate. You gotta send them in.
I sent some of them in, but I could see that there was also a huge army that was coming up from that bottom side, and I didn't expect them to get into the middle before that had basically arrived and killed everything.
I got you. That's fair enough.
Did anybody else notice Duffy had 2 comms for a second there?
Yeah, what was that? Maybe he got given one. Yeah, he got given one from someone else. So that's some real tricky echoing happening there.
I mean, it did sort of spawn in.
Oh, you did it?
It did. It did. I happened to be looking at the time.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, we do have an OP middle, so
that is true.
maybe justified. The devs do
see how it plays out.
Kind of balanced. If we've had a few games which are completely one-sided at the 10-minute mark, and like literally just get rolled. The Kings get rolled, so they do get a little bit of a bonus. You see that sneaky infinite resource APHIS get dropped in the center of the crater every now and then if the game's looking like a 12-minute game all over Red Rover, just to keep the game going and be a bit more fun for those Kings that have just ecoed for 10 minutes. Little comment down the bottom right, enjoy your rocks. It is important to get the reclaim happening, as you can see here. You want to get that quite early as well so that you can get to T2 or get that eco up. And all these little Easter eggs worth, I think it's 4 metal. Can I get my cursor on one of them? I think it's 4
and 30
metal
energy.
And 40 energy. 30 energy. Cannot select it, I give up. Too small. Okay, in the middle we've got a little bit of a different tactic here out of Apex, already starting with the T1 units.
He has lost a few of those already. They disappeared off the ramp.
Okay.
Yeah.
Posting the rolls there for him again. 10-minute no rush, just a reminder there. We've got some comm detonations out of the Kings, getting those T2s up a little bit faster, affording the first fusion a little bit faster by detonating your comm, but it is a risky tactic. The Kings now down to 6 comms. If you do detonate too many of those, they can get sniped pretty easy. We did see one get sniped by just blitzers in the first minute of the no rush being elapsed last game. Really nicely done, and like we keep promoting to the peasants, just build units at that 10-minute mark. It works. Bind OS in the middle is quite high. We're seeing an average of around 30, I reckon. That's one of our strongest King sides we've seen. Looking at the peasants, I'm just going to jump back to the lobby. Yeah, we're looking at the average in the teens, so maybe not the most experienced peasants. Yeah, I am favouring a King win at the moment, but you never know. I am liking that.
I mean, Duffy does have
the
fusion.
First fusion. That blows my mind. I gotta hit the statistics. Oh, we can't see graphs at this stage, but where is the metal produced? So yeah, Duffy up there, 6.8k, 6.9k, ahead of 3/4 of the Kings, and energy produced. Not quite as high yet, but it's going to ramp now that fusion is up, and you can see it jumping very quickly and overtaking, ahead of all but 2 Kings. Nope, no, even. Yeah, nicely done. That's what communism does for you. That's a 3 or 4 player eco there. We're going to probably see the T2 lab be reclaimed for another fusion, and then might go on to APHIS after that. Once the B power's out, you can see he's got 1400 metal in the bank at the moment. Yes, very healthy eco in the top left. Let's look at the bottom right. We've got some feeding happening, but much slower T2. We've got no upgraded T1 mixers there. Bottom left, pretty much the same. No upgraded mixers at this stage of the game. It is 6 minutes 25. I would have liked to have seen 1 T2 lab being built instead of 2. Bottom right, doing it a little bit better. They've properly commied, and we've got Small going into their first fusion, about to come online in the next 20 or so seconds. And sharing out a bunch of these T2 comms by the looks of things. You can see all 5 players upgrading those mechs has already been upgraded. I like it. That is what you want to see in the corners of the map.
Just as
we don't have... Sorry.
Just as a note for the communism, with 3 players, if the T2 lab isn't up by 5 minutes, then you are behind the curve, because you want to have the T2 metal extractors built, and that means that getting 3 to 6 T2s out will take you to the 7 to 7.5 minute mark. If you're building T2 mexes beyond that point, then you're going to be in a world of hurt.
I'm not actually thinking despite the high OS, the Kings aren't as great as I was expecting. We do have the first fusion just about to come up online from Skag. Nicely done. The next one's going to be a while away though. Prioritizing getting those mexes out, and we do have enough units built by the peasants. I'm not seeing any armies yet though. It is only the 8-minute mark. So 2 more minutes. This is about when I'd like to start building units as a peasant. Kings, I do sometimes wait until that 9-minute mark when we've got the format of 8 kings in the middle, because you only have to cover a small lane. So you're essentially punching units straight out of the lab, and they are going to be produced as you're getting attacked. So you're going to have them on the front line straight away. I don't mind a late start to units as kings get a little bit more eco-greeded. And you can see fusions coming down. I just heard a shot. That means we have a rule breach potentially. Yes. So Apex, going to ask someone pause. In game, I can't tell you guys to pause because maybe we can. There we go. Sorry, Tommy, if you can take over, I'm going to sort this out.
I've been trying to get them largely controlling stuff. I know a bunch of the peasants have lost commanders, defenses, etc. because they've been too far up. I think we should be good to start off again.
Yep. Okay. Thank you, Duffy. There's a wasted amount of metal right there. Apex actually doing the right thing by control D'ing him by the looks. Thank you. But does take out 3 mexes in that time. So beamers, twin guards, scorpions, pop-up turrets, anything like that, they won't reach those mexes in that position. That's what you want to be building.
And those static defenses are fine to use. You just have to place them a little bit further inboard on that top hill. So if they can hit the top of the ramps, that's fine. But they can't shoot down into where the peasants are building.
Okay, just a reminder, we do have a few breaches of the rules. Stay off the ramps. I mean, they're mostly just walls. On the right-hand side, we've got a few mines out from a player there. It is a bit of a no-no. We are going to just let it go for the sake of continuing the game, but please do remember to keep off the ramps, people, until that 10-minute mark. And 8 seconds left. I've got more shots happening. Where is that happening?
I think it's just things hitting ramps, but not necessarily
fighting
down. Nothing that I'm concerned about at this stage.
That is the 10-minute mark. We are off to the races, and it does look like we have an offense of blitzers on the left side. Unfortunately, the blitzers are running into probably the most heavily defended, but thankfully they can go right around. And it doesn't look like these Overwatchers are on hold fire, which means that they're going to punch through quite nicely. We do have an incisor run going through. These Kings are going to take a lot of damage from this. They've already passed the defenses. So long as this comm doesn't get amazing D-guns, which he... Oh, nope, they've been spread just in time.
Good spread of the units there.
And that's going to be units in at the 10-minute mark. This is why we talk about that early aggression. We now have 2 lots of units that are getting right into the middle, try to keep away from these big
lots
groups
with the top right green coming in as well.
Here we go, lots of offense at that 10-minute mark, and this is what happens when you do not have enough defenses at 10 minutes. We're in there. King's losing so much right now. They've lost build power. They've lost...
The Magician can't D-gun because he's going to hit his fusion if he D-guns. So nice positioning of those incisors on the bottom.
There we go. Chain reaction right there. Build power down for yellow. A lot of the build power down for pink. A lot of the wind down, and units still running amok in the middle. They're now onto red's
Great
wind.
to see them stopping for that build power.
Yes. And purple has...
Everything else they're basically...
as well. So this is going to be another lot of build power down. These players getting absolutely hammered at the 10-minute mark. It's just now starting to get cleaned up, but the Kings are well and truly on the defensive now, and there is a big push coming. Duffy has seen...
Oh, the fusion. Damn.
Oh, so close.
Those last incisors.
But look at what's happening.
With those colours they did.
Looking at the top left of the map.
Holy moly. That's an earlier aggression that we're seeing out of Duffy than usual. Usually we're seeing T3 as the first units coming out, but in this case, some heavy T2
Great to
aggression
see 3 players working together there. You've got the spam on the front, and then your heavier T2 coming through with the firepower behind, scouting out where those gaps are.
But the Kings are not out of this yet. Windows tech support is heading down the ramp and trying to make a break into the side ramps. Unfortunately, though, some of these fast movers and incisors are in the base yet again. Doesn't look like there's quite enough to take over just here, but still more conversion taken out.
Snipers. That APHIS is quite far forward for Skag, and with these welders in the front, unless we get a whole bunch of spam come around, which we might actually see shortly. Do we have vision yet of that?
Just remember, in this situation, as a king, you do need to divert your units and help with the defense. This is a lot of metal and a lot of units that are being pumped out by the peasants. If you get all of this reclaim, if you win the fight and get all the reclaim, the Kings can come back with a vengeance, but you have to work as a team to make it happen. And it does look like that is what's going on. We have had some pawns in the back destroying some of these, we do have more coming through the side. This is a very coordinated and very effective offense right in the base, but the Kings are currently holding. We'll see whether or not they can turn it around, and we'll see if they can then start getting properly on the offensive. Just taking a quick break from that action and looking in the middle of the map, we do have a couple of recluses that have bypassed those ramps and are trying to get in. Unfortunately, this wind looks like it's being built properly, which means it will be very hard to take out in a chain reaction. Back to the main action, and we have got those snipers now in range of the APHIS and the welders in range of the APHIS. It is definitely a good call to try and sack the welders to get that. There we go. That is the pink player mostly knocked out from the start, right off the get-go. Very, very strong offense right there by Duffy.
We do have a Skag resign called. We do appreciate that. Until it's a full, don't call that resign vote at this stage of the game, because you never know, can come back. We had a game of the week where almost all the Kings fell, but 2 held and managed to win the whole game essentially by themselves, while the others just ran around with res bots, resing armies and then fighting with those armies.
Unfortunately for the Kings, though, the Magician is currently being harassed by a thug army larger than they can deal with. They are trying to get the units online to build it, but they're just not coming up fast enough. Sorry, to push it back, but just not coming up fast enough, and now these units are taking out the build power.
Oh, this is not going to be stopped.
That's a huge push that's coming from that top left. That's just continuous at this point.
Yes. Unfortunately, even though the cream player did manage to get onto the offense, their units were not where they needed to be supporting their team, which has allowed for the left side of the map to fall. It is now just the right side left, and we do have some units already getting into that eco, and they are going to start to push back.
Very different game to the last one.
Yes.
And the key difference was that early aggression. You don't have to necessarily kill them in the first go, but if you keep them busy where they're dealing with armies. They have to run backwards and forwards to stop things. They're not scaling their eco at that point, and it means that you can generally keep coming back at them. And you can see with this game, they got a little bit of damage in, got a little bit of damage in, massed some units, and then pushed in with some overwhelming forces. And once you can get those solid lines moving in, it gets very difficult to stop them when you've got enough players moving in to find out, oh, the gap's over here. All aboard, everyone.
Yes.
What
Train's
went
going
wrong for
this
the
way.
Kings this time?
The Kings didn't help
yes,
shore
the
each
top
other's
left was
defenses up.
really-
Essentially, when one lane started to be overly pressured, a second king didn't come in to try and assist them. As we're seeing right now, the Cream player is pushing back the offensive from the left side. If they'd been able to do that, before the other players fell, it would have been a completely different game.
I think one of the other ones was losing stuff to rule breaches.
Yes.
Definitely hurts.
Battle ended.
You can see that reward there. Duffy. Oh, there was a co-op happening there. Did not realise.
There we
A
go.
little
I
bit of
do
the
have
micro
graphs
taken off his
back
hands.
this time. As you can see, metal produced absolutely skyrocketed for the Cream player. If you do manage to follow the Cream player's build, you will be well and truly ahead of everyone in eco, including Duffy that got super pushed by his teammates. The Pink player also similarly exceeding Duffy's eco, but when you look at the damage dealt, there were so many peasants in there dealing damage. It was just overwhelming for the Kings. If you have a quick look at the metal. Sorry, if you have a quick look at the stats, you see that the metal produced for the peasants is actually still double what the Kings produced, which is why they have such an advantage in that very early stage of the game.
Let's head on back to the lobby.
Yes. Yes, they definitely did have a very strong eco. We didn't see very strong eco out of the Kings this game. Usually we see significantly more eco than we did from the Kings that time round. Yep.
Okay.
So there was an extra comm given to Duffy because one of the players didn't get one. That's why there was an extra one up there.
Got it. It's probably the one that got taken out of the middle of the map.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And then they left the game. Does make sense. All right. Tom jumping into the Kings this time. So we've got one win for the Kings, one loss for the Kings. And let's see. Let's call this one the decider, and then maybe we take on this challenge that they've been talking about in chat.
Yeah, I can see that going down. That'd be good fun. Problem is, if everyone's that aggressive, I think that we might lose out of the gate in an embarrassing fashion.
If we lose, we lose.
If we lose, we lose. That's true.
Okay, Tom, if
A
you
lot
can
of these
take
it comes
charge of
down.
replacing these people that were king last game, so Skag, XTA, Windows Tech Support, those three players up to peasants, and then get some more down here.
Do we have anyone who's interested in coming down?
The Kings in the first game did do the crushing. In fact, in the first two games they did do the crushing, but in this one they got absolutely dumpstered on. It sounds like people are finally starting to take our advice and getting aggressive at that 10-minute mark. Does look like the Kings' strategy is going to have to shift a little bit if they want to be able to hold for that initial push. Just remember, if the peasants do get offensive and you do manage to crush the push, if you reclaim all of that metal, you will reclaim that advantage. So all the Kings have to do is survive those initial pushes, and they do have an opportunity to come back. You just can't let your buddies fall. If you see the person in the lane next to you struggling, make sure to throw something their way to try to help them out. Same goes with the peasants. If one of the lanes is faltering and yours is currently safe, give them a little bit of a hand if you can.
We need more people to jump down.
Yeah,
Yes.
clear the spots on them.
That's why I haven't.
These players can always be brought back down.
Just a general call out. the Mr. Duffy sorry gamed them too hard. Oh, look, I am really glad that you actually played this one like that, Duffy. It has been quite a while since we've seen the peasants go so hard into early aggression, and it's a really good example of what they can do. And it's trying to find that balance between the early aggression, but also now that the kings have seen what happens with early aggression, I think there might be a little bit more in the way of thought into the defenses. I know that one of the areas that fell really early on, the defenses were not on for some reason, and if they had been, I don't think that the blitzers would have made it in. If the blitzers hadn't made it in, then red would have been able to help the player below them, and I think that it could have actually still gone the other way. Just small little things that can make a very big difference.
Yeah, I was gonna.
Yeah, we got Jane down here now.
Add bonus.
Okay, I think that's good.
Yep.
Alright, looks like we're going to have Tank Tom in the king's position. Fingers crossed that you can take this one away and get a win on this one. Make sure that you square up to Duffy. We know he's going to be in the top left corner, or don't, either way.
Also, just with there being quite a queue for people to join, we do ask at the end of games, if you've played a few in a row, please do rotate out. We're happy for you to just go spec and then rejoin the queue straight away, so you're the first back in, just so that everybody can have a go. There is a limit of about 48 players at the moment now. 49.
I might just go through and spec those couple of sleeping ones. Or do you want to leave it and start up?
We do currently have a few too many kings at the moment, but once we don't, we'll get back in.
Got one too many.
One of the things that we have talked about balance-wise, if the peasants do start getting very, very aggressive, and if it does start swinging towards the peasants too far, one of the potential balance solutions is to add a 9th king, and that 9th king grabs the center ring of mexes, and is essentially the tech player, and then the other 8, they all lose 1 mex, but they can then focus a fraction more on defending and on being ready at 10 minutes, because they know that they'll have someone who is focusing almost solely on eco to back them up.
We did have Flo just put these extra 2 comms down here. I think we might keep them there just because we do have quite a powerful peasants team.
Question is, if the extra 2 down the bottom will an extra 2 kings help? That's the question, because it does reduce everyone's mexes and it takes away the clear positioning.
Well, really, Tom, if you're in there, I'd suggest you try and captain the team and get some commie going between 2 of those extra players, and then pair them up with somebody else. Maybe you can be one of them.
I can try. I feel like it's going to be a struggle to manage a full build and other people all at once.
Yes.
Either that, or we can move them out and just give a higher bonus. Your call. Not your call?
I'm almost leaning towards the higher bonus just because I don't know, like, unless you give them like 4 and 4 in the middle, there's no real space.
All right, you can make it happen. Feel free to move around who you like.
Who do we want to move back out? I don't know who the last 2 in were at this stage.
Me neither.
Maybe just jump out yourself.
Oh, the other way to do it is just to have 2 players get 4 mexes each around the middle, and then each player takes their normal spot, just losing that 7th mex.
Yeah, let's not overcomplicate it. We'll just get things going.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. That is us started. One problem with there were only 9 kings. I wonder if a king jumped out and has a +45 as a peasant.
Well, that makes it easy, Tom. You can just partner up with one person.
Yeah, I don't know what the result of that ended up being.
We will let you find out.
Yes.
All right, Tom's left us now, so we can
Have
not
a-
give him any hints on how he's going.
Exactly. It'd be interesting to see how this one forms up with a 9-player, with a 9 king. The way that I would do it is I would, don't quite have the right to draw just yet. Once players load in, I should be able to. Also, that previous game, just something to mention, the players went either side of... They split it up around the rocks instead of going in between them. That's going to be... That also would have slowed them down quite a lot. Anyway, let's draw on this map. Twig, I don't know if you can see what I draw. I think you can. Yeah, I would be giving one player these mexes, and then everyone else gets their usual corridors.
That's a really good idea. Actually, you know what? If we do this take on, maybe we should use that tactic. Actually, we'll keep our tactics to ourselves. Shh.
Sounds like you really want that to happen. I kind of do as well. I want to test my mettle against all these players. I don't think that I could solo it like X Factor did, but I do think that I could have a decent run at it.
He actually had 109 APM, and for the first 10 minutes of that, he's ecoing. So 109 APM while ecoing. It's insane. And you'd have to as well, because look at all the actions you'd have to take. There's a good, 50 mexes in the middle.
We've just had
7 times 8, 48.
Sorry, just a very interesting comment in chat. Johnny Drops Tables has just questioned Tom's skill right here. I can't believe Tom hasn't already got all 8 mexes. Very disappointed in you, Tom. You should be faster at this game with 300 seconds to start, and you haven't already won. Disappointing. And chat knows it too.
So yeah, 56 mexes to correct my poor maths. We have calculators these days.
Do you know what the worst thing is if you do watch this stream regularly? You'll know that we try to do maths on stream, which is a global no-no. All of us are engineers.
I'm a fake engineer, though.
I think we're all fake engineers at this point. All right, let's see how this one goes. It does look like Tank Tom has managed to wrangle everyone into good positions. Looks like he will be grabbing those 8 mechs in the middle. Will be interesting to see just how far he can push this one. I know Tank Tom, a veteran of playing as a king in the middle, but this is going to be a little bit different.
He did put his first lab over the top of one of these crystals, so spending about 8 seconds reclaiming them.
What a huge mistake. That's it. It's lost. The Kings are done. We could just call FF right now.
You watch, they'll lose now, guaranteed.
Yep. No, that's
hey, all jokes aside though, 8 seconds does impact you quite a bit.
It does. I played one of these recently where I forgot to put a build queue onto my lab as a king, and it only set me back by about 15 seconds. That sets you back a lot more than you think it will because your economy scales over time. And so that means that I felt like I was about a minute behind where I should be at the 10-minute mark, which is kind of crazy, but it is what it is. Looking around the map, do we have any massive plans on massive group eco? Does look like Duffy has 3 comms and 6 mexes and a bunch of wind already, and is going to be going for that fast T2 yet again. The players around him do not have their labs, so I think that this is going to be another crazy feed Duffy game. I'm wondering if we have to put a limit of 3 people per co-op eco if Duffy's going to keep up like this.
I mean, yeah, you could just give all the comms in that one corner to him, and he's not going to lose, because that is a bigger eco than any king is going to have. Essentially, yeah, 45% bonus for the comms. Actually, you know what? Before I even get into it, I'm not doing maths on stream after your little preach. But yeah,
tell me the maths you wanted to do. I can do maths.
I was just trying to figure out what sort of bonus having 3 comms would be the equivalent of with the build power, the extra stuff that
each one's 100% bonus, but you lose 50% of the metal unless the player previously dropped stuff down.
Yeah.
So It won't scale as hard, but you'll be able to scale much earlier, so your initial play will be much stronger.
We do have a 26 OS against him, so they do know what they're doing in the game of Bar, with plenty of chevrons. The silver tail there for C, very short name, copyright.
It does also look like C has 2 comms as well. Hasn't noticed the second one. I think that because of how crazy Duffy is as an opponent, we've had a little bit of assistance from the mods just helping us. That does look like we've got a small attack potentially coming in, but that was caught by the mods. Stay off the ramps.
I'll post those rules one more time.
Just a... Everyone saying to stay off the ramps until that 10-minute mark.
Please. Just spam the shit out of it. I mean, about a third of the ramps had at least some defenses on them last game.
Yes, it does look like
our best to hold it back.
XU has also...
Okay, how's Tom going? Because this is the first build that we've seen like this. He has collected all of his 8 mexes in the middle. I mean, he didn't get quite all of them. He got 7. XTA taking one of the ones in the corner. Already got the T2 lab up sub 4 minutes, so nicely done there with the 45% bonus. Has bottomed out maybe a little bit too much build power at this point, wanting to be converting a little bit more of that energy. I think what he's missed, and it looks like every king has missed it. No one's got a res bot. There is a very good amount of energy here through these crystals that can be converted. There's also plenty of metal in those crystals and the eggs that are around the map.
I know that I rely on a lot of that energy reclaim for the first parts of my build in this one. A little bit different because we have all the players a little bit more well, because of having an extra king, it is a little bit different, but yes, we do want to see at least someone reclaiming everything in the middle. If you combine all of those eggs, there's probably 1,000 metal, if not more, down there. It does look like Duffy's got those T2 T2 constructors heading out. There are 6 T2 bots by the 5-minute mark, which is crazy for this top left corner. As I was saying in the previous game, you want to have, if you are co-op ecoing, you want to have that lab down at the latest by 5 minutes, so that you can have those comms to everyone and have those T2 mexes building within another minute or 2 of that. But Duffy getting those T2 mexes already starting and his own completed by that 5-minute mark, which is just crazy. And one of the things that you do need to keep an eye on, but he was fed a lot, so his front will be quite weak at that 5-minute mark. Sorry, that 10-minute mark.
Just reminder again, stay off those ramps. We do have Bump and Dump that sent a Lazarus to its doom down the ramp.
Those are pretty easy to misclick though.
I mean, yeah. Do like XTA is going mass walls, so it's going to essentially block off T1 from getting through.
Question is it going
very
to be...
Very big metal expenditure.
It's a big
already
metal.
Spending 800.
Yeah. 800 metal at 6 minutes is a lot of metal to shove into this, because right now, gonna run out of metal for that T2 lab. Another 800 wouldn't quite have it complete, but it certainly would be a fair bit closer.
Tank Tom going into a very early APHIS, not very early actually, but like the build power going into that instead of upgrading. Even this mech right here to the right of his base has not been upgraded yet, and it's within the range of the build power. I would have definitely put that down before.
This is a very greedy APHIS.
You want to have at least 20 construction turrets to build the APHIS as well. I'd be going a fusion for doing that, Mr. Tom.
Yes, that is a super greedy APHIS. I know that if you're... I know that there are King's builds that do go straight into the APHIS, but they also require you to have a heck of a lot more than 500 power. With 500 power, you can power 12 build turrets. And 12 build turrets will build an APHIS in 2 minutes, provided you have the metal, but with an income of 28 metal and 4,000 in the bank, you're going to need more than 2 minutes to get that remaining 4,500 metal. Not to mention Tank Tom is bottoming out on energy, so is using that metal to create advanced solars. Definitely a fusion would have been the right call, in my opinion, for this particular mode.
You can see how much more the advanced solar does. So it does say plus 75, but what would it be? An extra 45% on that per advanced solar going down. That will give him quite a boost, building 5 of those, but he wants to put all the build power on those, I think, before going into the Aphis. I'd almost cancel the Aphis. It's just draining.
Yes.
Draining that eco, especially with so many constructors upgrading these mexes around the middle. He will have quite a strong amount of metal, but he's not going to have any unit production at the 10-minute mark. I mean, a minute 50 until that Aphis needs to be up and a lab out. Yeah.
Looking around the map, does look like C is going into a very interesting strategy. I wonder if this is going to be enough to break through with another 2 minutes of production. That's going to be quite a volume of ticks, but they are hurting their by going so early into the ticks, they are hurting their transition ability, though they do have that fusion already, so not too bad at all. Looking around the rest of the map, we do have a decent number of units coming up for that 8-minute mark in front of Duffy, but only on the 1 ramp. Duffy, though, is going 3 fusion into units, so this is going to be a pretty rough push right at that 10-minute mark. We'll have to see how that one goes. Looking around the map, it does look like we're getting more and more aggression after the success of that previous game. We do have large volumes of blitzers, decent amounts of pawns, some grunts thrown in for good measure, as well as some T2 getting ready for that push. 1 minute to go, and let's have a quick check in. That Aphis is going to be up in 3 minutes currently. We'll see whether that manifests all of its way through. Does look like these ticks are going to be used defensively, not offensively. I think that that's actually a pretty big mistake, because when they're spread out this much, that is very, very few ticks to make a difference. But also pushing down the ramp probably wouldn't be super successful at this point. We do have a player that is making their way up the ramp. They have pushed a little bit further than we would like them to.
Well, time is up now. It's probably a little bit late.
Yeah, just for if you are watching this one, please do not push up early onto the ramps. We have actually factored in the time it takes to go up the ramps in order to be on the offensive. Does look like these these are scouting ticks to find which ramps everyone can go through.
Sorry, a bunch of D guns happening to take out the incisors at the bottom left. Really nicely done out of Kamikaze, so that just halted a big push.
Very nice, using the walls to their advantage. And it does look like Pink is starting to get ready to move their way down into the green players. Much more successful defenses this time, but we do have a very big push coming from that top right. This is 3 players worth of grunts, and 90 grunts have made it onto the top level. Not enough defenses. Players do need to help Pink, but the pings are not coming out, so most of the players will be unaware that Pink is going to fall. Pink is actually...
Almost detonated the comm, I reckon.
Pardon? Oh yeah, detonating the comm is about the best thing you could do.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing.
Takes out most of those, but a couple are still in the base. And again, because of no early pings to let players know that this was coming, does look like that fusion is going to fall to those handful of grunts.
If they just heal the fusion though, while
actually eating them has worked pretty well.
Enough.
Yep. Yeah, so nice and held. Does look like a big attack on the left side has come through. Yellow is going to clean them up, but has lost a couple of mexes, has lost their defensive position, and I think this is... And the T2 is now powering up through that side. The ticks were a great scouting thing, but unfortunately without the players there to back it up and push down the ramps that were unsecured, this is now going to be quite the struggle. Thankfully, Wazd is building defenses to try to help close off these lanes, but the T2 is now up here, and yellow does not have an answer to T2 at this time. Does need XTA to come up and assist. Does look like we have some Junos coming down on the ramp. Can't tell whose those ones were, but we'll keep an eye out. Junoing the ramp is technically okay, provided you're not Junoing offensively. Does look like that is...
Got scuttles going down here, so these can take out comms. Nicely de-gunned though, you can see where it is with the radar. Looking at the left-hand side of the map there. Scuttles do so much damage if they can get in. Or Duffy's army though.
Yeah, Duffy's army
Perfect answer to all the spam is these welders. They do chain through the units, especially when they're close together. The welders, little lightning bolts.
If you want to stop this push though, you just push past them and do exactly this. Once the snipers are down, that push loses a lot of its efficacy, and there aren't more snipers coming anytime soon. It's just welders without the snipers. This is going to give the yellow player enough time to get on this, but one of the things which I'm looking at, the yellow player is not scaling behind any of this. You will end up falling behind if you're not scaling. All the other players are managing to keep APHIS or fusion production going at the same time. I do actually like this. Janus into the welders. They are trading quite effectively, and the scuttles are now in that back line. But Eamon, on the red team, is up here getting the reclaim and or actually resurrecting a lot of these units. You do have to control the reclaim fields as the Kings, because you do get plus 45% on that reclaim. So where it says 6,200, that's actually closer to 10,000.
I'm loving watching the scuttles try and make their way down the ramp. None successful so far.
Yes.
Actually, as I say that, small eco gets taken out there, and we might see the fusion go. Oh, there's a fusion. Has he seen it? XTA. Yes, picking the fusion. Sees the bigger fusion.
Himself between them, and that is 2 fusions down. That's huge damage. Huge damage right there. The Kings are certainly on the defensive back foot. Duffy's production is pretty crazy with those 3 fusions. However, Tank Tom should be coming online. He should come online right now. If you want to win this one, you do have to choose when you're going to eco, when you're going to unit produce, and with how much damage is going down to this yellow side, with how much they are struggling, with more and more players getting in on this and it pushing closer to yellow, you really do need that player in the middle to scale, to stop trying to scale and to start helping the sides. Unfortunately though, none of the Kings have been successful in pushing out very far at this point. We do have some high ground shelling coming from Tremors. This is okay because they are not structures.
Come on the left, bang, gets him. He's just continuing with these scuttles, like really good micro out of XTA with these. And we'll see a chain reaction for all this window, I reckon, and that'll probably turn off all of these overwatches. Huge.
Absolutely huge. We do need to see a lot of units out of Tank Tom heading to this top side though, because the welders are nearly in range of that build production. Just managing to keep them off of it for now, but with the... Actually, this, as long as Duffy isn't scaling more, I think the Kings will actually successfully hold this, and if they can get some reclaim on this, that's so much metal to pump into the Kings. Tank Tom really needs a bot lab out, and really needs to be reclaiming in this battlefield, using that metal to produce units, because right now he is not build power capped, he is metal capped, and he is conversion capped.
He's finished building all the turrets next to his T2 lab, so we are going to see an endless supply of Jags now to that side, which should be enough to sort of shut all this down, especially with these termites taken out of WASD's T2 lab and taken down into the bottom layer here. That is going to destruct that lane that Duffy is coming from. I am liking the look at this for the Kings. We've got some fat boys on the south. They're keeping everything at bay. I don't see anything coming out of the peasants that is going to be too critical to the expansion.
Yes,
to the victory.
The Kings have held, and they do now have those res bots on the front line, and they are collecting all of the metal that was thrown up here. And Tom's units are now have now pushed everything all the way back to the ramp. Tank Tom does need to control those units though. You don't want to just feed them, let them build up and push in. It's also time to swap away from those Jags, start building up the Pulsars, the Mausers, the Ambassadors inside of Prophets and Umbras to move in and start an actual siege, because just throwing these units in one at a time is not going to get anything done at the moment. Does look like a good push of termites have made it down the hill here. They do take out a comm, they have taken out some of the forward bases, but they are now getting cleaned up. So this is, I reckon this has equalized right now, and it could be anyone's game. Eco is fractionally ahead for the Kings, but they do have the micro disadvantage. So we're going to see, so we will see exactly what's going on. And Duffy has started scaling again, has built a 4th fusion, has got a 5th one on the way, and just making sure he's got that conversion up. So Duffy is scaling in the background. We need to see scaling out of all of these players now that it has turned into an equal. Now that the game has equalized.
And Tank Tom has now gone into the T3 Razorbacks.
Excellent. Those T3 Razorbacks, so long as you back them up with spam, are going to start doing a good job. Unfortunately, though, a lot of players sacrificing a ton of units on this ramp. I don't actually think there's going to be enough to push through here. They're getting so slowed through all of these wreckages, and a lot of that is on the front line of Eamon. Eamon will potentially get the reclaim.
Unfortunately, somebody Junoing the top base. I'm going to try and see that and ask for it to be deleted.
Yes. Because, again, there is such a limited area for the players to be in. You cannot exactly build your labs outside of the range. It does look like we've got a punch through from the blue in the top right. It is being held back by some Sheldons and some Tiger tanks, but this is starting to break into the base. Tank Tom has seen it, he is reacting to it, and he's going to try and close off that gap. But green is also up on the top of the ramp with a bunch of arbiters, but these are going to be chased down by the Tiger tanks. Does look like having that eco player in the middle has allowed for a lot of stabilization, but there is no spam in front of these Razorbacks, so they're taking huge damage from the sharpshooters. Absolutely, if you're going to be building Razorbacks, you absolutely have to have ticks in front of them at all times.
I wonder if this is a new way to do King of the Hill for Raptors. Have 9 players in the middle with 1 eco in the center.
I think it depends on the strength. I do feel like it's a lot more powerful,
so we'd have to, yeah.
It depends on the strength of the peasants and the strength
of the bonus.
Oof. Does look like yellow has pushed through, even though I didn't think that they would, and this area is now well and truly under threat. If they can get this conversion, stack, and fusion, they'll be well into the way of breaking one of those ecos.
Looking this is T1 Janus and Brutes, like it's Stouts. It doesn't have to be T2 to win a game. It doesn't have to be T3. As long as you're doing the damage with the units and you're getting good trades, it doesn't matter if it's T1.
Yes. Just a reminder to everyone, ticks and grunts, pawns, any unit like that, remarkably valuable when you're fighting up against snipers. It is probably one of the defining things that determines whether you win a fight with those snipers. Yes, Chrono, they are the snipers are setting targets, and they are manually firing the Razorbacks, manually firing on the Razorbacks. However, the ticks can get in there and detect them and also take them out. It only takes a couple of ticks to take out an entire sniper line. If you're dealing with the Razorbacks, you're not necessarily dealing with the units, with the ticks.
This King Eco has really popped ahead 10-minute mark after the 10-minute no rush, and the King's convincingly ahead by about 30%. Usually we'd see the King still behind at this point, so maybe having that extra come in the middle just really does make too much of a difference. Being able to just eco there, Tom going from 1 APHIS to 4 without me even seeing in the span of about 5 minutes. They do. Once you get online as an eco player, you can really jump online.
It does look like Tank Tom has broken out with these blitzers and is into the blue player's eco, following it up with Razorbacks and Bulls. These guys should be able to run quite a muck through this area of the base. I'd love to see them swing left, because we know that's where the snipers are coming from. Question is, will this wind chain react? Doesn't look like it will. They've been spaced out just enough for it to stop Bulls doing good damage into that Sheldon ball, but unfortunately too many Sheldons and a good D-gun take out the Razorback, but 3 more are on the way. Demons, a very good counter to Razorbacks. However, the Razorbacks should, if they're spread out, kill a demon in a 3-to-1 trade, and they should do it reasonably efficiently. There we go. 2-to-1 on the other hand, the demon doesn't quite win that, but it is very close. There we go, big explosion on the left side. Does look like one of those scuttles did get in, and I just managed to catch it as it takes out the fusion and the conversion. We have successfully pushed through into Duffy's eco, but Duffy holding quite... Sorry, into the eco around Duffy, but Duffy holding quite strong. The Magician doing very good at holding their ramp, but Tank Tom is getting in and is doing a lot of damage around this side. Just has to make sure that the Peasants don't get the reclaim and get back into the match. Looking elsewhere on the map...
Very heavy eco-scaling going, and there's probably not much coming back from this, especially with the much slower scaling that's happening in the 3-4 corners from the Peasants. I mean, Duffy usually has the strongest eco that we see out of Peasants. Not this time though. We've got some Aphises in some other corners. Those corners are having to convert to units now though, because the attacks are slowly coming in. The South playing a little bit more defensively for both Kings and Peasants. I think knowing that the Kings have had so much time to scale, they're trying to match it. Probably not a bad idea, but unless we get T3 out, once the North does fall, there's probably no chance that these Peasants are going to be able to do any damage at that stage if those armies are being sent south. You really want to build something up and find a weak point, try and get through. Having said that, I don't think there are too many weak points. Maybe just this one ramp over here on the right hand side doesn't have too much defense. Use some ticks to scout that out, and you'll be able to find out that there's not too much to get through. On the left hand side we do have all of Yellow's units coming down, and you can see a twitcher, a single twitcher from Norpertus, I think it's pronounced. Actually, I don't think it's pronounced like that. Putting down a ton of mines, so going to block that from coming through to this bottom corner. Those medium mines do quite a bit of damage. You're just going to make sure you don't space them too close together. You can see a couple of rows there. They've only got one space in between them. Those will chain react. You want to make sure that I think it's at least 3 spaces in between each of those.
Does look like Vanguards are now online for the orange player and starting to really siege their way down into this bottom section. They're also quite strong in the eco department with what looks like 6 Aphis and a 7th on the way. Pink also getting right up there, but we do have a big attack coming from the blue team on this ramp that is lightly defended. A lot of these stunning spiders, the Webbers, are going to be pushing on through. You do need some spam and some backup firepower to deal with those. But looking at the top part of the map, huge chunks have been cleared out by Tank Tom, and this massive grunt push is starting to make its way in as well. Just sheer overwhelming numbers with some Titans in the back.
This is quite amusing down the bottom. We've got a bunch of Webbers coming through and paralysing absolutely everything, allowing for other units to come behind. I don't mind this. If only there was a few more units to push.
Yeah, the Bulls came in a little bit late behind it, unfortunately. And now they're heading towards the pulsars and defenses of the red player, and also the spam is now turned around to deal with it. Razorbacks being thrown into the mix as well. There is still a big gap here, but there's also a lot of firepower to defend this, and they are only T1 tanks, so they will struggle just a...
Quick question, Prey, do you reckon we'll be doing this challenge in the next game or the one after?
It's up to you. We've had enough interest in it that I think it's worth doing. Though I do fear doing it against players quite as good as this. But that is what it's going to be.
Queue if you get a chance, because there are a lot of players in the queue there.
Yes, I think we can give ourselves prio, potentially. Yeah, I mean...
That eco is very healthy.
Yes, the King's eco now almost double the Peasants. Going to be very hard to push up into these eco centers, but with the sides falling and with the absolute massive units that are pouring down the left side, as well as the siege offense, which is beginning from the top of the ramp, it does look like it's going to be quite a problem for the Peasants. Absolutely great offensive play from the Peasants, but the Kings were just able to hold on long enough and then come online and help each other. One of the big things that did happen this game that didn't happen before was the Kings supporting one another. Also, the offensive power only came through in a few places. The bottom side didn't have enough of an impact to prevent players from helping one another. Just a little bit too much of a siege warfare plan in that direction. Yellow's going to have to push through this rather large minefield, but with pink starting to make its way in on this side, and red coming around, and maroon coming around and cleaning up from the top. It does look like there's going to be plenty of spam to make that happen.
The peasants did very well to hold that for so long on the left-hand side. Yellow had to hit that for a good 2 or 3 minutes before actually getting through.
Yes, and now these mines with Banisher back up are going to do a very good job of holding this at least for a little while. But there are plenty of scuttles coming through. Unfortunately, they're not chain reacting with each other, which I find very, very saddening.
You're going to get there eventually. It's quite amusing just to watch this.
One thing I should note, Duffy is up to 13 fusions and 3 APHIS, so his scaling is well on the way, and it doesn't look like he's going for a Wanira defense in that top corner just over there.
I'm surprised that Yellow didn't push north, knowing that's where Duffy always goes. Having said that, Yellow probably doesn't know that. Really nicely done with these. Favourite unit of the game, XTA, using all these scuttles to get through and do a lot of damage, clearing the path for most of this. And we do have a couple of bulwarks, so Yellow's going to really probably struggle to get through here. Maybe some spiders would be the cue to get through.
I think the way through is for Tank Tom to finish up this corner and then send his 15 Titans down.
That's going to win it, isn't it?
Yeah, best unit in the game.
That's army value 250% in the favour of the Kings right now. I think it's a little bit too much power by having an extra king in the middle there.
It certainly did add to their power level. However, if Tank Tom hadn't come online when he did, like if we're talking one more APHIS before coming online, then we would have lost the yellow player. That got so close. The welders were in range of the labs.
So a couple of catalysts on the south there, just a reminder they can only be used defensively.
Yes, they have, from what I've seen, they've been firing into the units, which is perfectly acceptable. Just make sure you're not firing those into the bases. Does look like we've got a big push from Cream that's managed to overwhelm these defenses after the catapults have weakened them, and now we have the T2 lab being taken down, sorry, the T3 lab being taken down by Sheldons, and starting to close that gap. The players on the high ground starting to pump units to try, changing where they're pumping their units to try and keep this under wraps, but with the front lines falling, it's going to start being a big problem. The right side has also crumbled with just so much overwhelming spam. That's unbelievable amounts of spam. All of the powerful units then able to break on in. Looks like we're going to have to see one big offensive from that top left corner. Otherwise, we're going to have a complete fall of the peasants.
Very interesting looking at Buffy's base. There is one APHIS that really stands out. I'm trying to figure out what's going on there. There's a few comments.
Which APHIS really stands?
One with all the comments on it that's glowing quite a bit brighter than the rest.
That's this. I don't understand. It doesn't say it produces more than anything else. I'm also noticing one converter that is much.
If you select that one with a drag, rather than clicking it once,
it's many APHIS. It's many APHIS and many conversion. I feel like that's a little bit strong right there, but
Duffy's got friends in the right places.
I guess Duffy has friends in the right places. Maybe we do want him to join AllReasonNoLogic in the middle.
I tell you what, Flo, if we do try this challenge, no help for Duffy.
Yes, I do very much so worry that Duffy's going to completely overpower us and make us look silly.
I think we're just going to struggle with the APM, and also the unit cap's going to be a problem.
That's true. We might want to raise the unit cap.
Yeah, you can see that the Kings right now, they get 640 units each. If we do some ticks, that's not going to be great.
No, it is not. I do remember that being a problem in the X Factor game. I do believe that he did cap out on units.
Termites down the bottom left from XTA, doing what I suggested earlier, and they really are quite beefy. Even the Shivas are taking quite some time to take them out. If this one termite can hit the
don't have the greatest DPS. Great AoE, but not the greatest DPS.
I feel like Duffy is just playing this one as tower defense, having some fun with that.
Unfortunately, the big boys are here to try and prevent Duffy from winning this one, and he only has so much build power that can be brought to bear. What he needs is some super build powers. Oh, he does have some super build powers. He does have 10 stacked on 10s. But this is a lot to push through.
About 10 seconds. Without spam, I don't think he's going to get...
How did he just get to bunch of Titans? That's a few too many Titans right there.
In the right places. This is where we need to see Tom build a whole bunch of vanguards.
A missile from one of the Titans getting up in there and destroying most of the, in fact, all the conversion and most of the build power.
All down to only 15.
Just a couple of meteors there dropping on Duffy's base. Just having a quick look down the bottom, the spam is now penetrating the bottom left of the map, while stronger units are just laying waste to everything else that is left. Let's focus on this Titan push and see how far it can get in. Thankfully though, there is a lot of spam coming out, and the Titans can only kill that spam so fast. Tank Tom is producing plenty of Titans, but they're not walking in the right direction right now. When they do get the chance, they should be able to push down and back up all the spam and get their DPS online into the Titans. Hopefully the rest of the players can come back to assist against all these. Nukes coming down. Destroy... I feel like that was a little uncalled for.
Oh wow. The bottom left falling, there's only one commander left for the kings, for the peasants, and it's down in the blue lane there, so it's a bit of a race. I think they're still going to win it. I mean, Flo's not going to let them lose it, to keep things fair. But keeping things interesting, keeping the players on the top amused, while we can see if these bottom few kings, Kamikaze, Pump and Dump, XTA, see if they can penetrate and find that last com.
Does look like that bottom eco center finally falling. Should allow for all those units to get in. The Titans are mostly up the ramp. All of the spam is back online and into the fight. And Tank Tom is sending the Titans, his own Titans, to intercept. Want to make sure that they get as much damage done, because there is enough here to walk straight into the base if you're not careful. Thankfully, the surround bonus will certainly help with all of this, and these cheap small units have huge DPS. It's one thing to bear in mind. Ticks, grunts, blitzers, for the cost, they have absolutely crazy DPS.
I think with the catapults just coming, there's 4 catapults coming towards this front base. They are going to start doing damage from distance and probably take out this commander before Duffy's exorbitant amount of Titans can do any damage. Any real damage anyway.
They have managed to start taking out the... Duffy's Titans have managed to start taking out the yellow player, and it does look like if some of this starts chain reacting, there could be a big problem, but most of it has been taken out. The Titans clearing up most of the rest. Some conversion, some fusion lost, but I think that's going to be most of what she wrote. Only 4 left. They are going to get that last fusion. Does look like yellow's going to take the brunt of this attack. But they should all, yeah, that's going to be the last of it cleaned up, and no pop, just down to that last com in the bottom left side, getting some splash damage from those catapults. And that is the final straw. Great play out of the Kings. That middle King certainly did help a lot in that early phase of the game, did allow the other players to be more defensive, but we also saw much better play out of the Kings, much stronger defensive bastions. That meteoric wall in front of XTA, great little play. Great plays from everyone just there. Just having a quick look at the metal produced, you can see Tank Tom absolutely destroyed that. as well as Pump and Dump and Leffer. The other players steadily moving along, and Duffy making it into the top ranks with the Kings. But a great and slightly more balanced game than before. We nearly did lose the Kings at the beginning, but the Kings held on long enough to scale that eco. Looking at that damage dealt, you can see just how much yellow did, even though they stayed on T1 that entire game and never built Aphis, just a couple of fusions to allow for that mass production. Tank Tom really scaling into it, as well as the pink player and the brown player managing to move their way up those ranks as well, but a lot more passive compared to the previous game where the peasants absolutely rolled over the Kings. All right.
Okay. Tom, have you joined us?
Yes, I'm here.
Nicely done out of you. One bad call at the start, I think, going into a very early Aphis with almost no energy income. But apart from that, you scaled very well afterwards and just getting to that number 1 eco.
Yeah.
I'm going to be back
Handing
in
up the
2 minutes.
early was definitely different.
Shall we do this 3 versus everyone this game?
I think we can do that.
All right, let's do it. Let's do us 3. I reckon it would be great if we could get 1 Cortex commander as well in addition. So it's one of us can micro 2. So we've got a quarter of the map each, and then one player halves half the map. I'll be back shortly.
No worries. We're just going to take a very small break and then jump into the next match, probably 30 seconds or a minute. Righty then, I'm just gonna there we go, we're back at it. Twig is still away, and we're going to do just gonna slow walk them. Just about everyone is ready. And then
all right, I'm back. Are we going to get a bonus commander?
That is the question. It would be great if we got a bonus com, but if we don't, we don't. It'll just be what it is. That's interesting. I did not know that welders and jags are resistant to lightning. Thanks for that, Chrono. We're going to need all of the belief that you can give us. Griefonger. We're going to try and take on everyone as we go. See exactly what happens.
If you want 100 jugs, you got it. We'll wait until see what happens after the 10-minute mark, and we might take you up on that offer. If we can just get dropped 1 Cortex commander, though, into the middle, that would be ideal. Okay, I'm going to post the rules and then we'll try and get going. Oh, this is going to be an interesting challenge.
Yes, it will.
I don't think we can take on 47 players, but it's worth a try.
We'll give it a shot.
Okay.
Inconsistent IDs. We have quite a lot of 1s and quite a lot of 7s. So...
Okay, I'll start typing them out. Oh wow, that's a lot. Okay.
Yes, it is. Just going to see if I can find any others while we're in there. Bunch of 2s as well.
Now, what's the command for this? No, these.
Thanks for being honest. Let's get rid of that one for you.
I'm taking the 70s, by the way.
Yep. Alright, so I need to be different.
I was starting in 80. Where do we go?
And we've got two 80s, Yo-Yo and STL.
I've got the Yo-Yo one, so I can do that easily enough.
Cool.
It's looking a bit better now.
221s, so capital S and then lowercase UX.
220s, I'll do the 20.
And then we've got 2 1s, Venerati. Apologies to anyone who has to listen to this on chat. I am rather severely dyslexic, and names is so much worse than words.
I'll do Vens.
I think we might be okay now.
Alright, I'll post the rules once more.
221 still, sucks and Ortab.
You can sort that out, Tom.
Yep. And then 220s, Rip, Max, and Raph.
I fixed that. I did that already.
Yep.
Should be good.
I think that's okay now.
Alright, so we're going to get 1 extra comm given to us.
Nice.
Reminder to anyone that's playing and listening, no Junos that can hit anywhere but the ramps, or you can Juno your own base, that's fine. But you cannot Juno up on the top platform. There we go.
Alright, let's get excited.
It's going to be very interesting. We can actually stay in this chat.
We can, and apologies if the level of commentary diminishes in this one. Again, 2 things at once are not my strong suit.
Changing scene's going to be your strong suit right now, though.
I can't do it while it's loading, or it crashes the game.
Right.
I'm
a bit nervous.
When you use 1 graphics card for your main screen and 1 for your other screens.
I don't know how we're going to do this, but I'll give it a crack. I reckon I might try and do what you did last game, Tom. If you guys each take a side. Yeah, do that. I'll take the middle ones. Maybe if you go over there, Prey.
Yeah, alright. I'll do that. Because they're nice and close.
Yeah. If you guys do like half each, maybe...
Are you guys loading in properly?
I'm loaded in, yep.
I can't place. I'm assuming there we go.
Placed?
You have placed.
It was just thinking real hard.
All right.
It's
Yeah.
going to be so much travel.
If there's any night to do this, I'm happy that it's tonight because I've married into that Greek family, and I tell you what, like there was Greek Easter, there was octopus, there was sashimi, there was oysters, there was a lamb roast, there was chicken skewers, there was beef skewers, there was I had 3 desserts and like all this food, like a huge barbecue fire pit for only 8 people, 8 freaking people, and all that food. So I've got a lot of protein in me right now.
That sounds like leftovers for a few days.
There's no room left in the fridges. Okay, what to do? Put that bad boy there. Oh, I've got the com already, sweet. But I can't select him. No, I can't. That's right. I'll select him afterwards.
All right, I'm back.
Nice. Okay, I'm good to get things going.
Hey, Twitch chat.
The rest of them are.
Feel free to tell me which ramps I need to defend most. Don't actual. I mean, you can, but I won't.
Knowing
have
us,
a
we'll
chance to
see
read
it after the game finishes.
All right.
Let's see if we can outdo X Factor.
I mean, there are 3 of us.
So we've got half a chance, is what you're saying.
Half a chance, yes.
Let's go. And mods, if you can, please do your best to keep this the rules intact, because we will struggle super hard if they're broken, because we do not have we're not X Factor. We do not have the APM. Also, I'm yellow.
And,
Ugh.
Duffy, no 6 comms this game, please.
Knowing Duffy, he's already got 100 jugs.
Oh, why is Duffy in the middle?
Kill him.
Oh, God. That's good, actually. So they've already spawned him extra comms.
No, so he's taking the person who left.
Just be a disconnection.
That's huge. That's huge. That's an extra. That's an extra 1,500 metal for you, Twig.
How many of these do I need?
Duffy has 5 comms. Oh dear.
Oh God.
Oh dear.
Well, here we go. This wind is a wild start.
Thankfully, we're all overflowing to each other.
I got given lots of comms. I don't need that many comms.
Oh wow, you do have lots of comms. Okay.
I really don't need that many.
Twig's army.
That's going to be too easy, I reckon.
That sounds a bit cocky.
Happy for you guys to delete them.
That sounds a bit cocky.
All but one.
I'm happy to not kick a horse in the mouth.
I feel like I can just go straight into build power with that sort of eco.
I mean, it's if you have 6 comms, that's 300 energy.
Destroyed. Enemy commander destroyed. Enemy commander destroyed.
What am I doing this for? Here you go, Tom.
What did you give me?
Too many bits.
Enemy commander destroyed. Enemy commander destroyed. Enemy commander destroyed. Enemy commander destroyed.
That's
I don't
so
know
many
what
enemy
deck
commanders destroyed. Jesus.
Oh my god.
This
I didn't
feels
need all the
terrifying.
I know, right?
Destroyed.
They are all gonna be just like mass uniting. I can feel it in my bones.
Enemy commander destroyed.
Need goods.
Oh yeah, 4 minutes.
Enemy
4
commander
minutes.
destroyed. Low power.
Oh, I overflowed. That was not smart.
Give me everything.
This is okay.
Enemy commander
I will accept
destroyed.
overflow. Need more energy.
Enemy commander destroyed. Enemy commander destroyed.
Alright, how
My
many commanders?
God, how many can they kill?
Someone's
are
got
we
to be
against?
coordinating this. This is gonna be. It's gonna be intense.
Terrifying. Is the correct term?
Enemy commander destroyed. Enemy commander destroyed.
I'm going to build some counter intrusions. You guys might need to do the same at some point as well.
Sorry, we're a bit on the quiet side. It is not intentional. It's just
Concentrating hard.
we just we don't want to embarrass ourselves.
We are men. I cannot keep up with everything I need to do.
I mean, you're doing better than me.
I'll do some pinpointers.
This. That make things towers.
Starting to lag a little. That's not a good sign.
No, it is not.
overflowing metal.
That's going to be my T3, just so you know.
Ah, okay.
I think I hear things going off, but I can't work out where
I
they're going.
can prevent the build with that. There.
One minute left, boys.
Doing the thing.
Oh, that ran out of metal quick.
Yes, it did.
They do that. Looking alright.
We're not looking terribly.
Mild panic for the next 10 seconds, but that's okay.
T2 unit detected.
Alright, time's up. We should probably, where are we getting attacked the most?
Let's get them.
Enemy commander destroyed. Enemy commander destroyed.
Alright, just got some units up here.
Yep, I see those.
Oh boy, we're in a corner. Nice.
We head north here. Support these. I reckon Duffy would surely be at the top.
Yeah. I'm on my way over there.
T3
Oh.
unit detected.
I'm unit capped.
Oh, we forgot to turn off.
Build bigger units.
Yes.
That's all that means.
It's a shared unit cap, is it, between all of us?
Not sure.
No, it's not.
Losing those.
Just takes more jugs.
Yeah,
Enemy commander destroyed. Enemy commander destroyed.
up building at all T's.
Are we going on the offensive on your side, Tom?
I have cracked a couple.
Nice, nice.
Take out that commander that's...
Enemy commander destroyed.
Yeah, I'm on my way.
Remember not to pull all your whole armies.
Enemy commander destroyed. Enemy commander destroyed.
I'm there.
Overflowing metal. Enemy commander destroyed.
That's...
Yeah, nice. They degunned my units instead of yours.
Down south on your side, Prey.
Yep, sending.
I can cover that. We need more.
This does feel a bit one-sided at the moment. I didn't need
Yeah,
those
but
extra comms.
they're not online yet.
Yeah, they're not. I've been able to hit a bunch of them. I haven't been able to kill, like... I'm concerned for what's going to come out of the corners in a bit. Like this. T3 in the bottom right.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
We're
Let's
all
completely clear
we're
out
all
this.
like max energy.
Yeah,
I
I've
need
got
to do
converters
another
going.
T3 lab. And where's Cortex
Enemy
Pop?
commander destroyed.
I need to build T3 Vortex and not micro my ship at the same time.
Enemy commander
The
destroyed.
units. Right,
You're
see.
overflowing metal. Enemy commander destroyed.
Nice, we got up. Twig micro your Razorbacks right now.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Yep.
Trying to get them out of there. The snipers are manually
I've
firing
got
on
a
them.
push coming in from the top right.
Yep.
You can just go towards the razor.
I'm going. I'm getting him. I'm getting him.
Sweet.
T3 coming up from the bottom right again.
Yep.
Have you got it under control?
Yeah.
Well, nice. We've cleared Duffy.
Assuming that was Duffy.
Will help.
I'm going to head south. If you head east.
Warning, mines were detected.
Oh, I'm out of unit cap.
Bigger units.
Yeah, bigger units.
Yep. Bigger units is
Or
the
throw them
razor.
in and kill stuff. Like,
Enemy commander
if they die killing
destroyed.
stuff, then
Yeah.
they're not part of your unit cap anymore.
You're overflowing metal.
Eat your T1 conversion. Eat your T1 wind.
I'm not at unit cap, so I'm good.
No, no, it's. I think it's somewhat shared. It's
It is
potentially
shared.
shared.
I'm only at half my unit cap.
Okay, you're fine
Yeah,
then.
it's definitely. Okay.
But I will need some help over this side.
Yep. I'm trying to sweep
Probably
in
at
as
the
much
top.
as I can. Bloody hell, they've got a lot of defenses over here.
Yeah, I need help on this top side.
Enemy
Yep.
commander destroyed. Enemy commander destroyed. Enemy commander destroyed.
There, I'm getting in.
Yeah, well, I'm sending as fast as I possibly can.
You should be able to cut them off just.
Nice.
But I won't be able to stop the push that's coming from up there.
That's fine. I'm swapping sides to attack over there. Green's so heavily defended here, we're not going to be able to push through, but that doesn't really matter.
I've got the bottom left. You guys just keep going.
Enemy commander destroyed.
Where are we weak? There's a T3 push coming below you, Tom. Your twig your Razorbacks. Yep.
Yep.
They're coming right in.
Yep.
Enemy commander
Twig, use your build
destroyed.
power to eat them if you can. Tank Tom, they're coming to your com.
Are they?
Enemy commander destroyed.
Good call.
All my build power.
Hero the
They're
flame
still in.
No, 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 no.
I'm chasing, but
Eat, 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 eat. Nice.
oof.
Right. Block that gap. Leave some units there permanently.
warning. Mines were detected.
This is such an AP
Ah,
strain.
they're on my front over here.
Yep. Right, you go into defense and I'll keep pushing around.
Commander
Yep.
destroyed.
Actually, I might just push this over here. What I might need to probably do is get spam going again.
Bunch of fiends coming in.
Oh fuck, they're over here.
Yep, I've seen
They're
that.
stuck in. Oh shit. So sneaky. And I've done the classic drag everything.
Hero the flame metal.
The problem is they're going to be reclaiming all this shit.
Yeah, but we're metal capped. You're the only one spending.
Yeah.
They've
Fanboy
just
spend, or give it
received
to me.
units, I think.
Enemy commander destroyed.
It's another calm down.
Alright, push this with me, Prey. It's too strong.
Where? Ping, ping, ping. There? Okay.
Enemy commander destroyed.
It's too much metal here to lose.
Enemy commander destroyed.
Nice, you're into that corner. We hit the top corner at all? We've got
I
top
think that's
ball
going to
left,
be our
haven't we?
last corner because I got Titans there, so. Yeah, they're raising all our Razorbacks and shit like that.
That's fine. We can fight Razorbacks.
So long as we
What
have
I
more.
haven't done is
Nice.
expand my eco more.
More build power. Build power is the issue.
More of everything. What's that meme? More energy. More footwork.
Oh, we got a big Janus push up here.
Hero the flowing metal.
More passion. More energy. More footwork.
Warning.
I'm
Mines
spending.
were detected.
Now the eco can get him.
Maybe send some spam down here. This is a problem down here.
Enemy commander destroyed.
If you just hang up for a second on the bottom right, I'll get in front of you.
I'm on board with what you're saying now.
There shouldn't be too much resistance once we get past that. We can go back to next in the world.
I'm back up here, Prey, I reckon. And I'm going to get all of these to go down here.
Sorry about this stream, it's probably been really zoomy in and outy, if that's a technical term. That's
I wonder how this would have gone if we didn't get the extra comms.
I think
Look,
it wouldn't
it's
have
been
worked on
tight.
as well.
Can I walk you through?
I'm hearing a
these?
juggernaut. Where's the juggernaut?
This is a pretty uncovered spot here.
Where is that juggernaut?
I think it's down here.
Okay, that's as long as it's not in our base, that's okay. Okay, so where do we still... Okay, so that's... all this is cleared. Let's head over here.
Ooh, not the best.
Res Thor
That's
coming
right
up
here.
the top left.
I thought, yeah.
Titan detected.
Oh, that's a lot of spawn titans. I saw them expanding out of the point.
Yeah.
So we're going to need to heavily reinforce that top right.
Yep, I see that.
They have a lot of T2 walls.
Commander destroyed.
I'm going to do it. See what I can do. Ooh, what is this?
50 versus 50 tank Tom. Tom, you've got 50 jugs.
Yeah.
You got 50 titans as well.
Yep. I was like, what is this interesting blob of unit?
I'm coming here to back you up. Don't you worry. Don't you
Get my
worry, my
comms
boy.
there.
Okay, we've got enough. We've got the firepower.
Looks like we're punching down over here as well.
Watch out for that though.
Juggernaut detected. Beacon detected.
Ooh, how many Vihis is that gonna be?
That's a lot of Behe.
Yeah.
Oh, I've just seen a whole bunch of spawning happening over here too. Yikes.
Jesus.
Oh
okay.
dear. Keep those back, Tom.
This
Keep those
is-
back. Those Behes absolutely wreck Titans. Absolutely wreck Titans.
Yeah.
There's an
Let me take
entire...
them on with this. Just come back behind this.
Oh yeah, that works.
Give me a path though, I need to get through.
We just need a bit of vision.
If you put anything in the line of it, these take damage, so get everything away from them. Because they will just shoot through aiming at your stuff, see? Taking damage by, get your stuff away from that.
It's your stuff.
This, it's aiming for the stuff behind my stuff.
We're losing over bottom side with Tank Tom.
Yeah. Oh god, they're coming up here too.
This is a bit unfair.
It tells me that we got the moral victory.
Yes, we did. Oh my god.
An allied commander has died.
Yeah, they're in. Because I can't hold like 3 ramps full of jugs.
It's a bit much.
Commander destroyed.
Thankfully, I scattered pulsars throughout the entire base.
All comms to kill. Make sure all your comms are invisible. I've only got one left. I got 2 left.
Oh, that's game over. It's GG.
Commander destroyed.
We
Well
did
done.
it.
Commander
We
destroyed.
did it.
I feel like the 6 comms at the start was a bit much.
That was definitely a bit much. But I think we probably could have handled. I think we probably could have scraped out a victory, maybe. The fact that we took out Duffy early probably helped a lot.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, I did terribly on the damage dealt. That's disappointing.
It doesn't really count when we were given all those titans.
Oh, you were given Titans too? Okay.
Only to combat the titans that they were given.
Yeah.
That's why we didn't fall immediately when a ramp full of titans arrived.
I think Flo's the new Oprah. A titan for you and a titan,
Titan for you. Titan for
Yeah.
everybody.
Everyone gets a titan.
Alright. Let's take this back a little bit normal.
Yes. Let's do one more normal one, I reckon. And I think, is that as far as we're going to take it, or are we going to do more than that?
I think 2 more.
2 more. All
2
right.
more. Did promise a slightly longer stream for those in the US that have finished picking up their Easter eggs.
We can do that. We can definitely do
I
that.
get to
But
sleep in tomorrow.
Darby was asking for the admin logs. All right, let's check out the let's check out all of the comments during all of that.
I'm going to respect.
Defend the ramp to my left. Sorry, mate. Didn't get defended that well.
It did go from more kings to less kings, but we did get a bigger bonus to offset the fact that there were less kings. It was hosts versus everyone. Same rules, except we got the plus 100 instead of the plus 45. There's no way we could have done that with plus 45. I do think that we got a few too many comms to help us out, but it wasn't there were certainly some pain points in there. Would be interesting to do it again if we didn't get the extra comms, maybe another night.
I guess we'll try that once more in the future, where we just have absolutely no bonus. Like we get
No
100
help.
bonus, our 3 comms, and
Yep.
no units get spawned in for anyone.
Still, it was pretty
We
tense.
need a moderator to moderate the moderators.
Apologies if I gave anyone motion sickness zooming in and out. I try not to do that as much as possible, but when there's an entire half of the map, it's pretty hard not to fall back on old habits.
Yeah, having the biggest challenge be move time.
Yes.
In that you need a standing army basically at every quadrant, otherwise you can't get anything there. And we got real close to falling at one point.
That actually,
or more than one point.
One in chat, OP Manbar suggested that they swap our comms with Evo comms. I don't know if that would work super well, but it also might, because when we only have 3 comms, we're super vulnerable to being comm sniped. If that Evo comms, they at least can fend for themselves a little bit, and their build power would scale through the 10 minutes, which would be super nice. I think what we'll do is we might try and we might test that just on a like when it's not a live stream and see how that one goes. But I do like the idea. But also because I kind of want to have an Evo com. They're really fun. I'm a player that really enjoys Raptors. So I do enjoy the Nutty Raptor variant with the Evo comms. It's always a good time.
I mean, whenever I play that and I've got an Evo com, I just start in the middle, and if I die, I die. It's fun though. It's like an FPS almost.
Yeah.
Just trying to degun all those hives.
Yeah, I remember having some pretty horrendous games with you guys early on, where we tried to fight from the center from the start, and it would just be like we'd either kill a hive or we'd lose our comms.
We did survive a lot of those.
Oh, we did. We got really good at it. It was just funny. All right, looks like this one's
setting up some of
balancing out quite nicely. We've got some really strong peasants. We've also got some very strong kings. Let us get this one underway, I reckon. I'm just going to stream's going to go a little bit on the quieter side just for a moment. Because I'm going to quickly grab a drink and use this opportunity to dash off to the bathroom between games. But Tank Tom will keep you company, and Twig will until he jumps out into the King chat back in a moment.
We have quite a few IDs.
One more king.
Copy and paste.
For those wondering what we're doing, this game assigns IDs, and sometimes those IDs double up. So we're just going to sort through them and make sure there's no double ups.
One more.
Which ones have you done? You done the ones?
I was just gonna do Mo's, and I think that should be most of them. Will that start now? There we go.
Nice. All right. I will also be back if you can keep everyone entertained for a minute, Tom.
We can do that. So for those that are joining us that haven't been around for the rest of the stream, thanks for jumping in. This is game, I'm going to say 5, but that's an entirely guess number for how far through we are this evening. So, basic rules for this are the kings have everything that's in the middle, and the peasants are around the outside. They can defend up
around
to the
the
ramps,
outside,
but not
around the outside.
Yes. So we've had some of our community members have made some tweaks for the map to flatten that out so that there's not the severe advantage for one team or the other for running vehicles. We did notice that there was a definite advantage to whoever was fighting down the ramps. So that's largely negated now, or at least it's consistent. The peasants have a lot of people around the edges, so it's not uncommon that the 4 corners have some combined economies which generally rival the middles. So it's not uncommon to see T3 units coming out of the corners at about the same time that we've got T3 units coming out of the middle. There's definitely the advantage for everyone around the outside to be able to coordinate and run units in. When you're in the middle, trying to hold off every single possible attack avenue can be a real challenge, and you very quickly realize where the gaps are when things start going pop. A big thanks to the admins and the devs from the game. We've got a bunch of them that are joining us this evening and helping out with removing units when they're not supposed to be places, like when you walk a column to the top of a ramp. So that's been great to see. And it helps us a lot because trying to either play and coordinate the 50 odd people that we have in here can get a little difficult, as you might expect.
42 verse 8. It's going to be fun. We do have some lower experienced players in the king's position here, so a couple 3 chefs. Don't know where Pink's starting his commander. It's an odd spot to start.
That's right, Fig's in there. He'll be able to carry all of them. That works, isn't it?
Duffy's on the other side. All it takes is one leak. One little leak.
In that last game, I got real concerned when they had those units in the middle of the map. I was expecting a lot of things to go pop, but we got away relatively unscathed.
We just made it through that little attack. That was scary. Just jumping in to answer some questions from chat. Yes, Johnny Drop Tables, we shall do our best to entertain you. Thanks, DE Avatar. This is your first time playing the game. We hope you enjoy it. King of the Hill is a little bit different to the standard, but I hope you have fun all the same. I can't quite see the same name in-game, but if you let me know your in-game name, I'll keep an eye out for you. Griefonger, why no nukes and no arrow? Could you imagine a single nuke getting through on the Kings? It would be absolutely devastating. They also, similarly for the peasants up in the corners, it could take out an entire player, which would be no fun for them if they get to, if the Kings essentially could nuke rush, and at 10 minutes take out all 4 eco spots. Yes, there is anti-nuke, but that also means that the corners aren't going to be able to scale.
We don't want this to devolve into an eco race of who can build and defend more nukes.
Yes. And why no air? Similar sort of reason. We have tried it once with air on, and it just turned into complete chaos, because if you have to add yet another set of defenses for the Kings, then there's very little offense, and it only takes bombers being shot down and falling on things to completely disrupt the Kings, and there's nothing you can do to stop the air from falling in. Unfortunately, lag is still in there, though I think you might be thinking LRPCs. LRPCs, same thing. It's just everything is so clustered up. It's too easy to just guess and fire at random to get those shots in, and you can still get plenty of long-range units. Inside versus outside, that is in fact the game type. We've got King of the Hill, the Kings in the middle, they get a plus 45 bonus, and they have to try and survive and win versus everybody else around the outside with no bonus. 10 minutes of no rush. There is no nuking, no air. We also have some rules about staying off of the ramps for the first 10 minutes. Please do stay completely off those ramps. And also do not use structures offensively. We considered leaving...
And also, Twig knows they are listening into Praetor, telling him what's happening in game, so I'll jump out. Duffy,
Yes.
if you're listening, come and join me in the King's channel. And anyone else that's playing, there is a Discord channel that Tom can maybe post the link for anyone that wants to talk to their teammates.
Just posting that one in... scroll back up to find it, because I lost it.
You keep talking and I'll grab it out of that Discord so that I can dump it in there again.
Try to post it into the Twitch chat and the YouTube chat as well. Just had a quick look over at the YouTube chat. Sorry for missing your comments. Yes, I'm surprised no one uses mines. That we do see mines. Actually, we see them a fair bit. We just didn't in that previous game, or if we did, we kind of had enough units to roll over them. Ticks are very effective as anti-mine precautions. There's the Discord.
It kind of depends on the week. There's definitely like some weeks there'll be lots of things. Sometimes there'll be lots of like mazes for tower defense, all those sorts of things. Last week it was cameras. We saw a lot of cameras.
That was a crazy amount of cameras. I think somebody must have done it, and then just everyone copied it. It was crazy. Cool, but crazy. Yep, so there is the links for the Discord for Kings and Peasants. If you want to jump on in, it is the best way to coordinate all of this. Now let's jump on down into the action. In the middle, we have AllReasonNoLogic fame Twig, who is going to try to lead the Kings to victory, though based on his OS, he is not actually the leader. Duffy and Leafa are going to be either equal or ahead of him. We'll see how that one goes. Tank Tom, let's have a bit of a chat about what we want to see through this. So we've got 150 people watching. We really appreciate it, and I bet there are a couple of first-timers in that crowd. In fact, we have 180 if you include both streams. So what are we looking at in the middle? We want to see at least a fusion up for each players, as well as those T2 mexes plus some units by the 10 minutes. We know it's possible to do a lot more than that, but that is the minimum viable that we see. And then around the edges, what have you got to say about that communist eco?
It definitely helps if you can boost one of the players and then share that. If you all try and get to T2, whilst you can get there, you can't get much other than getting there. So if you can get someone to boost a player to get you T2 constructor so that you can get the T2 mexes up, that goes a long way to being able to support the ideally T1 production, because T1 units do a great job of having enough of them that you can get them around defenses, and once you're past the defenses, you keep on running. At that point, the units are dead anyway. They might as well die hugging a fusion or popping some build turrets and those sorts of things, because if you can get them in, they can do a lot of work, and we've seen individual ticks wipe out bases before, because when you hit the juicy things like converters, they tend to go pop. When they go pop, they take everything else with them.
That they do. In order for co-op eco to be successful in these corners, if the 3 players in the actual corner work together, then they can get that lab out by the 10 minute mark. Sorry, we've been at this for 4 hours now. If the 3 players in the corner all work together, they can get that lab up by the 3-minute mark. We've seen it a few times tonight. It does require at least 1 com sack. But that means that you can have T2 mexes to all 5 players in that corner by the 5-minute mark, already building those T2 mexes, and you can finish up with 3 fusions at the 10-minute mark. The best we've seen was a play by Regeki, where he finished the 10-minute mark with 2 fusions and 2 aphis. So there's a lot of possibility here, and that allowed him to transition into units From tonight's, we've also seen that when Duffy is in one of these corner positions, he has been able to go 3 fusions into a heavy T2 push. And if that is supported by other players with some T1 in front, then that means that we get some absolutely great results because those T2 units stay alive for a very long time. Just a reminder to everyone, keep your units off of the ramps until that 10-minute mark. We're a tiny bit lenient with walls, but that's about it. And that's because we know that units can kind of tiptoe those edges, so no worries there. Just don't be
too concerned if your defenses are on the ramp and you've got walls like halfway up.
Yep.
That's okay, but anything where you're defending, the ramps are essentially no man's land, is the intention.
Yep.
And what have we got?
We have Boomdastic, who is going on the offensive, which he cannot do, pulling his units back. Yep. I don't actually think that was... it's hard to tell whether something like that is intentional or not intentional. It is...
based on the fact that he's pulled them back immediately?
Yeah. Usually
there
is
is
a bit more resistance.
Quite a lot of people, and trying to communicate everything with everyone can be challenging at times.
Not to mention the flag. I am sorry to say I don't actually recognize the flag, but just based on it not being on it not being an Australian flag, an English flag, or an American flag, my guess is English as a second language, which means that there is on top of everything else a language barrier. But we are very grateful for everyone who does help to enforce the rules and does help to make all of this possible. So.
Interesting start from Supreme Commander in the middle with the red. Going into unit production very early.
Unfortunately, we've seen this a few times in the middle. This is the first time we're seeing it with pounders and vehicles. Something that I want to be very, very clear on. If you eco till the 7-minute mark and you get those T2 mexes and you have, and even if you don't have a fusion, you just have more wind, you will be able to get more units in that last 2 minutes with the build power than you will if you go for units from the very get-go. I've tested it before to see what the most economic thing to do, and I have not found a build that can produce more units than if you eco all the way to 8 minutes and then start producing from that point forward. Doesn't matter if it's T1 or T2, and if you then don't manage to win your lane, you will be at a huge disadvantage because your whole 10 minutes was put in, your whole 10 minutes of metal was put into units that are now being reclaimed on the other side. So just a good one.
Ecoing hard for that first 8 minutes is the way to do it. And if you're anything like most of us, you'll end up ecoing hard until like 8 to 9 minutes. But you can use the build power that was building your eco to pump into the lab and get units flowing.
There you go.
And
thanks.
then you've got the...
thanks in chat. We've just found out that is a Pakistan flag. So welcome from across the seas. Glad that you can join us and glad that you are enjoying bar.
And it is great to see just the global nature that we've got in here.
Look at the flags.
There's
so many flags.
So many flags from across the world. What have we got?
This is part of why I love the internet. Everyone just coming together to play a video game. What a genuinely spectacular thing.
I think there's only 7 or 8 of the same flags across the 50 people that are actually playing in the game. So we've got quite a multicultural community.
And they all
this game supporting, which is great to see. Yeah.
Sorry, we're doing our best, but we're now well and truly past 1 AM, so our commentary is going to turn into the giggles over time. G'day, Apples. Really glad you got to play. Hope you enjoy. Glad that you got to play, and I hope that you enjoyed that one a lot. Feel free to jump in any Sunday night. If we're not on the main channel, then we are over on our own, which is AllReasonNoLogic. Alright, sorry, we've sort of skipped a lot of what's going on in the game. Something I should note, Legion is on. We did miss that in the opening lobby, and we have had some decent sharing around. We do see a fusion in the top left. but we're not seeing any more up for the peasants. Some going up, but we don't have any more up right now. Kings have a decent amount of stuff going on, fusions for most players. In particular, if you look at Twig and Lefar, Lefar's going into an Aphis, and they potentially won't be bothered for a while. There's almost no aggression coming out of that part of the map, so we should see some good times. We're at that 10-minute mark. Let's zoom out and see where the aggression is coming from. Does look like the aggression is coming from the top left part of the map. Purple coming straight in with incisors, 22 incisors. Good little force, and they're running straight into the comm and minimal defenses. They could potentially take out the comm here, which will be 1 down. Units starting to come online for the yellow player to clean this up, but this is a lot of incisors, and making the right choice of gunning straight for that eco. Does look like those units have run past. Good waypoint.
It's good to see them avoiding the things that can kill them.
Yes.
And running straight into the middle. You know, if you can get to the middle, you'll find some eco.
Oh, yeah. The middle is always undefended and super juicy. Oh, no.
Once you make it up those ramps,
gotta stay away from that conversion. Gotta stay away from that conversion.
Did manage to get another wind farm.
We've also got some units from the black. Is that? I don't know that they did a black. That black was a usable color. Cool. Units from the black player, and they have made their way in but cleaned up. Good to see the peasants attacking, but unfortunately there were only 2 major offenses at the start of the game, and that is not enough to keep the Kings on the back foot. We definitely need more offense from the peasants team. If you want to look back a couple of games, you do watch the Kings get absolutely crushed in 16 minutes, and it's all because 5 players attacked. Just 5. And then another 3 players joined in a few minutes coming in. Solid push coming from the top. This one is 2 minutes into it, but that is plenty of units. Let's see how this goes. Those mines super close together. I think they'll chain react. No, they don't chain react. That's interesting.
Interesting. I thought they would have.
I guess light mines.
They're just the light mines,
yes.
So that might be the difference.
Very nice.
Orange getting into the bottom left eco centers.
That is not good. These eco centers are the places you want to survive, especially considering that there was almost 3 fusions in this corner, and now there will not be. That is most of the eco of these players taken out, which is not a good time.
Units. Some units being produced, but they're not. In saying this, those Jags haven't aggressively targeted the fusion reactors. I don't know whether it's just like me, they don't recognize what they actually are.
Yes, we do not play a lot of Legions, so it can be a little bit on the interesting side of things. One of the things I have noticed, the Legion are very, very powerful on the offensive, but they actually have a very slow kill time on the defensive, which is why I think a lot of those units made it through. Big push through the grunts now into Pink's base and starting to run a muck. This is the power of early game aggression. A whole bunch of them are, I think, are actually going to make it through to the conversion. If they get the...
Yep. They're going to get in. That conversion's going to start going pop.
Oh, that's no good. That is no good. 2 left. Unfortunately, they're not on a command, so they will probably get cleaned up. Not quite. 1 left isn't going to get cleaned up just yet. Is going to do a whole bunch of damage to that fusion, but does finally get cleaned up. But look at the damage that you can do with just some players going offensive. It does look like Red's big offensive is happening
on the right side.
Red's big push with their entire 10-minute eco is heading down the ramp. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like it's going to actually make it off of the ramp, which is a little unfortunate because
they're trying to get vehicles through that maze of walls.
Yes.
With Dragon's Teeth.
Sometimes you just have to pick different attack avenues. While that's going on, top side of the map, Maces coming in, getting very, very offensive to Pink. One of the problems with throwing Legion in is a lot of players want to play it, but also don't have a lot of experience in it. And so they are struggling to come up with the unit counters that they are used to.
The peasants have done a reasonable job of holding. Whilst there's been damage kind of across the map that the Kings have dealt, they haven't convincingly killed anyone. So that means that the peasants are going to be in a really strong position to be able to continue building up those ecos building up those armies and then pushing in, they've managed to open up a number of holes. So there's a number of weak lanes for the kings that are relatively undefended at this point. And if the army's not standing in exactly the right spots, when you get those light fast units in, you can run them straight past, and depending on whether the units are being built between where you've entered and where you're trying to get to or not, can be the difference as to whether that push gets stopped or whether you can run in and pop the conversion in the build power.
The only downside about a stable match is that the kings tend to start favouring. You'll notice that the gap in the eco is only 400 metal. If you looked at it about 5 minutes ago, the gap would have been would have also been around about 400 metal, but the scale is now much larger. So that 400 metal before was a 50% difference. Now it is only a 25% difference.
Not too many fusions or APHIS coming out from the kings at this stage, but they're in the position where, because no one's pushing in, they can stabilize and go, okay, I've got some units, I've got a standing army, let me get an APHIS and then
you
reproduce.
That, but if you look at the build queues, there's already 2 APHIS up.
There's a lot in
and
build
4
queues
on the way, so we're definitely going to see some major scaling.
The danger for the peasants, if you're not pressuring the kings.
Look at Orange on the ramp with that bull. Just using the bull to run over all of the T1 walls. That is something which, if you don't know that, a lot of T2 units can crush T1 walls. This is a great way of clearing defenses. Just get a bull and just run them all over. Open up that lane, give you the wide spread to let you through, and that's then let these Jags through in a nice open formation. They didn't actually need it because the defenses weren't there. But if the defenses were there, that could have been pretty major, and I just wanted to point that out for those of you that didn't know you can do that.
See on that next ramp up, the Jags can't push through the walls, so when they've been passed there, they stop while they try and go around. So that's one way you can tell whether the units will punch through or not. Whereas if you pass the bulls through the walls, they'll just head straight on through.
Yes. Great little push here. These Starlights, they can chain react, but until you actually get to them, they're just so ludicrously strong. And they're going to punch down this player quite nicely because there are no units coming to stop it. We also had, on the opposite side of the map, we've also had a lot of big attacks by these Recluse. Gotta say, these Infernos seem to be an absolute MVP for defending this, because it's been almost impossible to push through this ground napalm for those spiders. Really don't know how you manage to push through units to get to them while you have to sit in fire. It's quite the struggle on that one.
That's where you start going from the light fast units to the medium units.
I mean, I just say
you start going from ticks to or you start throwing, rather than ticks, you start throwing Horns or Centurions at them.
Yes. Does look like Red, despite their slow start, it hasn't fallen to any of the players up that top section. The eco is most certainly lagging behind a little bit at the moment. They're only at plus 40 metal. If you compare that to Orange, Orange is at plus 260, Yellow 200.
I don't think Red's gone for T2 yet.
No, they have not. And the Cream player is at a 380, so pretty big ecos in the middle, but Red is just making their way through. One of the things you can do if you get stuck in this position is do your best to get spam in front of units to absorb shots. We've got some big incinerators that are heading down the map. They've taken quite a lot of damage, which could have potentially been mitigated if there were some ticks in front. But this is going to be, all the same, this is going to be a very hard push to stop. That's so many ranged units. These Aquarius Legion unit, it's a railgun unit, very, very strong, very hard to stop, and with these massive tanks in front.
They do a great job of single target damage.
Yes, they do. However, this is one of the things you can use to counter them, which is an absolute mass of grunts, but the Red player is coming in with tanks to fight those off.
And those incinerators doing a job of cleaning up that spam.
Yellow, who got disrupted at the start, is now having to fight a hard battle with the upgraded Banishers fighting on in. They could almost take out they could almost snipe the comm here.
Prometheus coming in on the right hand side, and the peasants They look like it should get into one of these Kings players.
Ooh, that'd be
Could dig
super
on out
nice.
a twig to stop some of them, but they should make it in.
If they're targeted correctly,
Good body
they'll take
blocking
out
with
the...
those units.
Yeah, that's great. They're even laser blocking too. I don't know if they're not going to be able to take out the Aphis. I'd be going for that build power, try and get a chain reaction, but not quite.
Ooh,
Great reaction out of
good
Mega Raptor,
there.
using the bodies of these units, sacrificing his own to make that happen. Great little go there. Does look like green has been online. They did kill the comm in the top left, and these banishes just getting huge value. Now we have spam in front of them, which is going to make this push even deadlier. The yellow player is going to need some assistance. They're on a reasonably low eco right now for a king, and they're going for a T3 transition during this attack, which is going to be very difficult for them to manage. But they do have a couple of arbiters here, which are putting a lot of damage onto these banishes, along with the fire artillery. Big push over from the blue side, getting quite deep in with these fast units.
Ooh, that's into the cream player's base.
Unfortunately, the
not
fast
enough
units,
to be able to.
not tanky enough, but great effort.
However,
right
that was enough to pull the Razorbacks out of the top left corner.
Yes.
They were brought in. They're continuing the fight now, but they were all brought back into the middle to try and help defend that push.
If that bastion,
which is going to be enough to get the bastion up.
Yes, with
which
the
is
javelins.
probably going to save this base.
Maybe that's still quite a lot to deal with.
Whilst it is, if that push hadn't gone into the middle, the base would have definitely popped, because this wouldn't have been up.
Actually, yeah, I reckon that's going to be enough. That's going to be enough. Great.
That's going to be enough to hold them. And that shows the power for the peasants being able to have those multiple attack avenues. And if you can apply pressure, even if it doesn't necessarily pull off, you might be drawing pressure away from other points on the map.
And that is a very critical part of this game. It is preventing the kings from bringing their wealth to bear by forcing it to be only on the defensive. Does look like the Napalm has stopped the attack up here. Napalm is super strong at the moment with Legion. I do believe it stacks on the ground, so the more of it you can put down, the faster units will die inside of it. I'm not overly sure what the counter is to it unless you outrange it. Does look like though the cream player is returning damage on that light blue player that sent the quick shots in, and has cleaned up a bunch of their base. But more quick shots heading in. Question is, will they be reacted to in time? Just remember, with the kings being so bunched up, it only has to be one push that breaks the king. Any one big push, like what's happening in this top side with all of these T1 units, can be enough to get in, and once they're in, it's very hard for the kings to react.
And once one of the eco centers pops, because they don't have many, that's a huge hit to the king's economy in general. If you take out one of the 40 odd peasants, it's 1 of 40, but 1 of 8 is a huge percentage of the economy to take out.
Absolutely.
Those units trickling in, but they are making it into those defenses.
Unfortunately, it looks like Cream's going to wrap around and stop this from happening. If a few more units, I reckon if rather than trickling them in, if the players up the top had just held on for a moment, let them build up for a sec, then run on through, I think they might have actually been able to punch right into this destroyed yellow's eco and then kept going. Might even have been able to take out one of the other players, but it's a very hard decision to make. You never know exactly what you're going to be able to get done. In the middle, you never know if waiting or going in is the right call. But as you said, because Cream has been pulled this way, it means that Cream has stopped attacking the bottom left corner, giving them a nice little reprieve to recover, and is now pushing down on this side. Question is, can the top of the map withstand the brunt of T3 units backed up by T2 units when they're mostly on T1 still? Lots of defenses here, but these Razorbacks are just going to make short work of them. Overwatchers do not deal a lot of damage. They're quite decent against pawns, grunts, and similar units because their damage is quite effective in cleanly killing units. But against a Razorback, even a Beamer does more damage than an Overwatch. At least that's my understanding.
Yeah, they're good for T1, but lose their effectiveness once you get beyond that.
Yes. As Twig said a little earlier tonight, you need a mix of T1 and T2 defenses because you need to be able to clear out all the chaff, but you also need things like those pop-ups, which are super effective against Razorbacks.
And these Razorbacks just rotating through this top side now.
Yes, look at this juicy wind on the left. What an eco right here. All T1 eco, very effective. But man, when this goes pop, it's gonna look like a shredded mine. It's
very vulnerable once you start.
Yes, and some of these built-in big clumps. Just remember, group lines of 2 if you want to prevent chain reactions. Interesting thing just to note: there's an invisible, there's a clickable fusion. A couple of them around, because there's no radar here. These units have no idea that they're there. Which means that these cloakables have actually survived the wrath of the Razorbacks, even though they definitely should not have. Quick look over to the right.
And that will allow them to keep producing.
We have mass infestors heading on down. The thing about the infestor is the infestor, I'm fairly sure, can build itself, and I'm also fairly sure it can reclaim, which means that if any of these survive and kill off an area, then they can come on back in even bigger numbers than what they came in with. I've always said this about Legion. Legion is the faction where all of the units that the devs aren't quite sure how to balance but are too cool not to be in the game end up. And so we have some of the most amazing concept units in this area. I really can't wait to see whether or not they do get balanced, because if there is a way to balance Legion as part of the game, I think that there'll be a very interesting faction to play, and I think there'll be a very swing faction to play. A good Legion player will win games for you, a bad Legion player will lose them for you, more so than I think any other faction.
Looks like we've got a solid push coming in from this top side. The top left managed to hold.
Oh dear.
Didn't lose their massive wind farms, but we've got a solid push of T2 supported by T1 front lines, which I'd love to see charging on, which looks like we've got the commands for now.
This has to be
so those T1 units are gonna, and there's not a lot here to react to it. Those T1 units will soak up any damage that's coming out from the defenses and provide vision for those T2 units. What have we got? Snipers and arbiters.
Snipers and arbiters, but there's a lot of tiger tanks coming in. That's actually quite a significant amount. Unfortunately, these two armies are breaking away from each other. They actually have to stick together because the snipers need to keep backing up all the arbiters and all of the Sheldons. They are in, and the yellow player has not reacted to them, which means that the yellow player is most likely.
And they've taken out the defense that was there, which means that they're going to take out more than one eco center here.
They're pulling
Looks like
back.
That green player is coming in to support.
Keep going, don't pull back, don't give the kings time to deal with this.
They're still within range, and the green player is going to come in and frontline for them. So I don't mind them being at the limit of their range whilst they're shooting here, because that's one king entirely done. And the second eco center is going to go pop. And we should see more and more of this. At this point, they're basically dead. Try and hit as many blocks as you can.
Yes, you've got to keep.
Oh, this is so juicy.
There's only 12 snipers. Yeah, the snipers are a little bit too far back, and I think the Kargis are going to clean them up. If this attack had been just a little bit more coordinated between these two players, and if they just walked them in, and if they just kept walking and not stopped, I think that they could have gotten all the way in and tapped one of these massive eco centers. Not just the little.
Because all you have to. Yeah. You can see that chain reaction there. All you have to do is hit one of these players, and there's a good chance that at least one, potentially 2 or 3 big eco centers goes pop.
Well, if you hit Orange's conversion, or if you hit Cream's Aphis, you're going to take out, I think, almost the entirety of Cream and Orange. Those are reasonably close. I expect
both of those will chain react together.
Yes.
And because everything's touching, their entire base goes with a single.
I don't think it would. I think it would take out Twig's conversion. I don't think that's quite enough to take out Twig's Aphis. If that next one is built,
no,
then
it wouldn't.
Possibly is.
Yeah, I don't know if it'll chain to Twig, but what's that? 2/3 of Orange's build power is connected to his conversion at the back there. So if you pop one converter, all the APHIS and all that build power goes with it.
Big push coming in from Twig, heading down to try and take on the eco players. Unfortunately, there is just so much defense killing these spiders. Twig has tried this spider tactic through the middle section quite a few times, but unfortunately these players are just not letting those spiders through. If a couple do make it, this could be a big bang, but they're definitely not. That Bastion is just eating them up, along with all of the napalms, medusas, and borers that are there. Definitely not working out too well, but while that was happening, the Vanguards really did get a lot of damage done. They are being picked apart right now by a couple of goblins. Twig's spam could clean those up, but is not quite happening yet. Those goblins doing a good job just to get as much damage in as they possibly can. Big push down now with a chunk of
Blue
striders.
coming in on the right-hand side. Would love to see that heading straight on into the eco centers rather than fighting the armies.
Yes.
If you make it in, go pop the eco. The army will be there to deal with later. If the eco's gone, the army can't replenish itself.
Exactly. You're better off sacking an army to take out an eco center if you can. Unfortunately, these heavy railgun units, I've actually found they fight quite badly into Sheldons. These Sheldons definitely have a very, very strong advantage with the deceiver and the radar in this situation. Each shot is essentially. Oh, that was a massive shot from the Vanguards. That's that attack essentially cleaned up. We do now have a massive attack heading down on the top left side. There are 33 Karganeths and 15 Titans. I don't think there's any stopping an attack like that at this stage of the game.
There's a jug there in the peasants, which will do a lot of work, but I don't think it's going to do enough.
The jug is getting shot at by these starlights, but the units are not deciding to clear it. Oh, it's going to sell. It's trying to detonate.
I would have kept running it. Once you get past the army, it'll do a lot of. It does a bunch of work.
I see why they did it though, because they didn't want to die. But I would have sacked my own base to try and get that into an eco center.
If a jug gets in, the kings are mostly dead.
Mostly doomed, yeah.
They've had enough time that they can expand a bit further than normal.
We've seen a game where 4 jugs pushing up right at the very end got about 5 seconds away from swinging the game from a massively Kings won game to a peasant victory. It was that crazy. The jug has so much health and so much killing power when it explodes, not even doing damage with its laser, just exploding, that it can change the course of the game if you play it right. Unfortunately, it did take the peasants 30 minutes to get one, and that's
panicked pings coming out from the middle for this push coming in from the top right side. This is enough units that they should be able to breach through that relatively undefended top side.
Yes,
and it's enough that it pulls a lot of those units that are out and about back into the middle. So it means that top left side has half a chance not to die. The Kargis are still pushing to the top left.
You know what's crazy?
But all of those
33 of them,
Titans
there's only
are coming back
left.
in.
There's only 6 left, and they actually haven't done much eco damage. They've pushed through some defenses, but they did not manage to get the damage done. Big push in again from the purple and the green player. This time the snipers are being properly supported, and with all these ticks in front, these should be able to potentially push in.
I don't think they're gonna be able to make it in this time around. Those infestors that have just been massing on that side. Although this is a lot of pings.
Oh dear, yes.
On this
some
bottom
Kargis
side
have made their way in through the pink player, and oh dear,
we should see some good chain reactions.
Oh dear.
And this is what we're saying. It only takes 1 or 2 units. This is 2 units, and a huge chunk of economy is gonna fall.
Oh no!
Oh.
That one Kargi moved into range of the beamer. All he had to do was sit still, and I reckon he would have detonated everything. That is so unlucky. That is so unlucky.
But you can see just how panicked the Kings are when those units make it in.
It doesn't,
particularly when they're fighting elsewhere on the map. They don't necessarily have the units available in their base to defend it.
It really doesn't.
And we should see an interesting push coming up on this bottom left side. It looks to have been seen. However, that may not be enough to stop it. And we're getting reactions immediately to come and defend.
I wouldn't actually... Oh, no, it's not. That's not... Yeah, it's the Patreons, isn't it? That are super strong? No, I think it might be the extra unit pack. There's a unit that Legion have that's just crazy strong. But it's not the Javelin. So it might not be a... Yeah, no, I don't think
it was the Shield Boys, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think that's extra unit pack, so don't worry about that. The Peasants doing a great job trying to hold up, but with the forces that are coming at them now, this is going to be really hard. Unfortunately, there does need to be spam in front of these Titans. There is enough that I think it's going to push through, but this massive 61 snipers is going to take its toll on the Jugs as they make their way in. Question is there enough power in the map for these to fire? And they also, unfortunately, took a nice laser to the face, losing a third of their numbers just from a single shot right there. Some absolutely huge damage. I think we have... Oh no, those are not Soul Victors. You make me sad. Titans managing to... I'm happy with Titans though. Titans managed to push through in a devastating, absolutely devastating blow up into the base. They're just not going to stop. They're just going to walk on through. It does look like more Kargis are coming on the top left side to clean this up here. A force of another 21 Kargis. This time they're coming in at the right angle. Looks like they're going to get those APHIS. Just going to stick around for that explosion before jumping back to the Jugs. Try and catch that explosion over there. Just missed it, both happening simultaneously. I'll go. Does look like the top half of the map is nearly over, and then these guys should be able to swing through and help take on the bottom of the map. Twig really
bottom right has done a fantastic job holding.
My God. I know, right? I also think that the Twig's focus on forcing the Recluse to work didn't go in his favor, because the Recluse are just not strong enough to walk through napalm. They just died in napalm.
The other thing that he could have done is he's focused heavily on his 2 ramps that he was looking after.
Could have just walked down another ramp.
Either side having fallen, you can just go down those ramps and then come around. Good push coming in from this top side though. That's a lot of units coming in again.
There are so many of these, so many of the infestors though.
Infestors.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a lot of...
It does look like the top left is also now... Oh, Soul Invictus! Yes! Best unit in the game, just by the way. It's, I don't know if it actually is, but it's the coolest. And that is all of the APHIS going down, and the last stand of the Soul Invictus. I think he's actually going to clean these ones up. Let's have a look over at the Titans here. They're going to have to push up into Bastions. Bastions do work. Bastions do a lot of work. Just watch this Titan's health melting. Oh, great shots out of the Thor. Manually targeted EMP missiles have shut down most of the Bastions, and they're going to allow for these units to push in quite nicely. Don't think that they're going to make it in.
Is to stop the surround as well.
Yes.
Because the damage has been only coming from one direction.
That was great. That was a super smart thing. I always forget to manually target my Thor's EMP missiles. The EMP, a super powerful tool. Does look like the
same thing happens with your artillery as well. You can focus fire things like the conversion that's just in range, or build towers and things, rather than just fighting whatever's closest.
Yes.
You can use it to specifically target the defenses or those sorts of things, so that you can make your pushes more effective. Your spam's going to do spam things and die to whatever's in front of it, but you can focus fire your damage units to specifically take out what's most likely to kill things, to give your spam a better chance of pushing through and being able to advance that line one step at a time.
Speaking of advancing that line, the Peasants are up, and they are pushing into Twig. Those Soul Invictus They're just like Juggernauts, but much cooler. And with all this spam behind them, with the behemoths pushing in, there's actually a real possibility of getting a lot of damage done here if there isn't enough backup. I
don't mind seeing them
so tanky.
Moving around to try and find where the gap is here, rather than just punching straight on through all of that defense.
Especially when you've got the behemoth that's going to be up here to try and do that punching. But the Sol Invictus is just taking names right now. 20 kills, and a lot of these are things like Vanguards or
which means that spam is going to have a chance of making it in.
But I don't know if you just saw that. It went from taking almost no damage to just being dead almost. That is the power of the surround bonus. Vanguards do a lot of damage, Titans do a lot of damage, and as soon as you add that surround bonus to them, that just absolutely crippled that absolutely crippled that Sol Invictus. Doesn't look like the behemoth is going to be able to get in. It is just too many Titans that are pushing through. This looks like the games where the devs give players Titans, but unfortunately this is just what happens when you give the Kings 47 when you give the Kings 60 Aphers almost.
Yes, there is
a lot of Titan.
Quite
a
lot.
A lot of Titan right here. This corner has done a phenomenal job of scaling and holding against Twig. Twig has just given them non-stop aggression, but unfortunately they were never able to get the offensive where they needed to, and they weren't able to occupy enough players to allow the others to get in there. Great job out of the Kings to not fall. We definitely had a lot of early aggression. Yellow took the brunt of it, and we nearly lost Yellow. But that was a very rough start for the... Oh, actually, it's not over. Coming in from the top side, one of the players that was destroyed has gotten back into this just with a couple of spam buildings. They're pushing in to try and take on this eco. This could actually... This genuinely could make a difference. This could swing it.
The armies will likely still finish it off, but these units can do some work before that point.
If these units that are spamming in are capable of in any way damaging the eco, there is actually... Okay, I'm going to take that back. There's too many Titans.
Yeah, there's enough Titans that it's not going to make a difference, but they can go out in a blaze of glory.
Just having some super lag right now. I think a whole bunch of commands were just given to all of these infestors. Yes, they were.
You can feel it thinking, can't you? That is a lot of infestors, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Sorry about this.
Yeah.
They have been given what I think is a dynamic command because they're attached to the lab and they have build power. And so every time a unit comes out, their command changed. Yep, that's basically what has happened. Now they're not doing that. It is all to the good side. Titan's doing a great job of destroying things. We're catching up at a little bit above normal speed, which is why everything is going so fast. And everyone is just piling into the top. Does look like this area is... There's actually a lot of damage happening up in this top corner. Yellow completely taken out by just a couple of reclaimed units and some spam. There's no defense between where this and
now that build power is down, they're gonna continue popping ecos.
All they have to do is run down, and they'll actually get a huge amount of damage. With the Juggernaut, they're not going to happen anymore. But had they gone just a moment earlier, they could have cleaned up Duffy's eco.
And the thing is, once you've got these units in here, collateral damage kills just as well as your own damage.
Yes, very nicely played out of everyone here. The peasants nearly won in the early game, but the Kings managed to hold, and because it turned into a stalemate, the Kings scaled like absolute beasts, only building the units that they needed to manage the defenses, and then push right out. Thanks everyone for participating in this one. For those of you interested, let's have a quick look at these stats. So right, the metal produced is always an interesting one. The peasants at about half because of how long the game went on and how well yes, it's definitely getting late. The Kings did. But looking at damage dealt, it was 13 million to 12 million. That's how, like, that it actually is crazy how close that is, considering exactly what was thrown at both sets of players. This game genuinely could have swung either way if a couple of attacks had gone differently. That one big punch into the middle that didn't quite get any chain reactions, a couple of slight decision-making changes, and that could have been either either the orange player or the cream player out of the match. All right, let's jump back into the lobby and let's grab Twig's thoughts while we organize the next one. I'm going to take a quick break.
I hate Legion.
I hate it too. I got to watch thousands upon thousands of metal worth of recluses just burn to death in a tiny bit of napalm.
I did a terrible base layout. I actually struggled just getting nice flat areas to build my base up, build my T3 labs. I had to build it outside of the base, obviously. And I really wanted to push those 2 ramps to my north with the Maroon player, but he ecoed to a few aphises before building units. So I just didn't have the opportunity for any early pushes that I could win.
You saw a flat view down in that right corner.
I held. That's the main thing. Saved by Duffy. All right, I reckon we got time for one more.
Alrighty, let's just have a quick look in the chat.
Bonus.
Sorry, you got annihilated each time, Prince. Unfortunately, the kings or the peasants tend to focus in one place, and sometimes it just happens to be you. When you get the chance to get up into the peasant eco spots, it most certainly can help to keep you alive for a little while. Just try to lend unit help to the frontline players, where I bet you didn't receive as much as you needed. This looks much more balanced. At the end of the day, it can come down to the players. We've tried increasing bonuses, we've tried decreasing bonuses, but realistically, it's surprising how much 5 metal difference can make. We've tested it out. We've tested it out ourselves, and going from a plus 45 to a plus 50 has meant that we can get ourselves a fusion and an aphis pretty easily as a king, which is a crazy difference. That plus 5 is actually huge. But yes,
and with how many people we've gotten here and the skill kind of differences we've got, when you've got some of the top players in the bar community joining in with people that are relatively new, just that mix of who's on what team can make a huge difference to how it balances as well. We try and keep it as consistent as we can, or at least mostly. But when you've got some of those powerhouses working together, it doesn't really matter what bonus we give or don't give them. They're still going to be fantastic either way.
Yeah. And no worries. I hope glad that you appreciate the strategy talk. We do our best to have a mix of entertaining commentary as well as useful things to learn. I know that there's so much about this game that I pick up even to this day. And like one of the things I learned while playing Bar was that the red ring around the comm didn't actually show its explosion radius. You have to. What was the command for that one again, Twig?
SpaceX.
SpaceX. Easy to remember because it is a company. Yep, Red Eco. Red definitely struggled with the scaling, but they actually put their units in really. Their decision making in the game was really good. They didn't have a lot to work with, but when they did use their units, they chased off critical attacks. They put their units in front of critical offensives. I was considering how worried I was about that lane falling at the start of the match. They did a very good job with what they had. So even if they didn't get that eco scaling down, they certainly did understand where their units needed to be. Yep, the
we've
game
had one extra
was
king jump down.
balanced. Sol Invictus.
Tell me if you can.
2 bastions in 1. Yes, they are. They also have arm cannons, and they look so damn cool. Any Warhammer 40k fans out there, you'll understand my love for shoulder-mounted cannons. Yep, T1 spam can beat T3. If you build the same metal in ticks as you do in Razorbacks, the ticks will win until there are so many Razorbacks that the ticks can't get in range. The napalms do cost a lot of metal. They are also very, very strong. And once you do have them, it can be quite hard to push into them. Duffy, when's the 1 versus 50? How about we have a chat about that one and see if we can set that up for you. We'll give you a +1 bonus because we know that you're just that good. Yes, the people who do start between the ramps do have a bit of a struggle dealing with the long-range missiles. That's one of the reasons we don't allow for the offensive artillery buildings, because at least the offensive units have to can't be built ahead of time in the right place. One of the things that those players do definitely need to do is not worry quite so much about scaling and try to make sure they're part of that T1 offensive at the beginning, because if you can take control of the top of the ramp, then you are safe. Sorry.
We're struggling there. I think this is going to be our last one. Is that correct, guys?
I think it is. My
Yes.
voice is 4 hours into chatting non-stop. Actually, almost 5 hours into chatting non-stop. So this will be our last one. And I'm also going to, seeing as Twig and Tank Tom are not involved in the actual match, I'm going to leave a bunch of the commentary to them.
I think we should be
can
good
just
to
get
go.
the last few kings set up, Tom. I need to grab myself some water because my voice is starting to die. Only last a game or two in one go.
Duffy, if you do a 1 versus 100, we'll give you +5. That's how nice we are.
We'll even give you 5 comms to go with it.
No, that's a bit much. We'll give you half a com. So we'll give you the com, but no metal and no energy generation. More seriously, Duffy, if you are interested in taking everyone on solo, we most certainly will facilitate that, because it will be a very interesting one to watch. One thing we really do have to remember, though, is to bump the unit cap from 2,000 to 5,000 for you, because you will most certainly need the units if you're fighting on all fronts. But we'll wait till the time when we can cast it properly, because at the end of the night we are most certainly not up to we're certainly not up to giving that sort of game the justice it deserves. Looks like pretty much everyone is ready to go. We might have a couple of we might just swap around a couple of IDs, but other than that, I think we're mostly
the
good to
IDs
go
are
for the last match.
sorted. I'm gonna spec this one.
Yeah.
Got 9. We only want 8 for the kings, don't we? So you're gonna go to team 1. And we should be... Let's see if the start works.
Just changed the title so that everyone knows that this will be the last game of the night for us. Unfortunately, for the 20 people in queue, we've been running this for about for almost 5 hours now. So
quite a while.
Quite the long
time. Is sounding very good.
Yes. So can we grab some very strong T1 pushes out of this game?
Where's that double up from the IDs? Just a quick question. Have you managed to record any of these ones for our weekly upload?
Yes. That's a thing I remembered to do. I'm
just thinking because the devs have been dropping in units into the game, it wrecks the replays, and then we can't use them in the future.
I really should have pressed record as well. Oh well. I guess we live and learn. This has been a bit of a different stream because it's the Easter one. But we might give this last match a good crack at it.
Who is the double up of the IDs? We don't have ones anymore, so I'm starting. Oh, it's 83. I got it.
Yep.
Now, what's an available one?
91.
So it's the IDs we've created that are the problem. There we go.
There we go.
Game is live. And let's get this underway. Big shout out to everyone that's continued watching this. At 190 viewers at the moment. We really appreciate you all being here.
One thing we'll mention, seeing as this is the last game, we're trying to get our subs to 1,000 on YouTube. If you could drop on over there once we get to 1,000, what we're going to do is actually do one of these events on the opposite time of the day so that it is favouring the US and Europe rather than over in the Eastern world here. Australia currently our 1:30 a.m.-ish right now. So if everyone listening, yeah, hit that like and subscribe.
Just going to chuck the links for the Discord in if you want to coordinate as peasants or as kings. That is the place to go.
Also just going to throw that YouTube link into the lobby as well.
Yes, actually. I'll quickly throw it into the chats as well, just so that we have those.
Tell that people spawn in quicker than you when all of the lines appear at once.
Yes.
I feel on his favoured left-hand side, the left and the right I would say would be the best lanes to pick, followed by the north and the south, just because you're only against 2 players to start with.
You're not fighting into those heavily reinforced corners where you have to get through, what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to make it in.
We have a king spawning in the wrong spot. There we go. Sorry, our peasant was spawning in the middle. All sorted now. I will post the rules one more time for everyone. Those tuning in, this is King of the Hill, where we've got a number of kings that get thrown up on top of a hill with a 45% bonus. There's a few rules that we stick to, such as a no rush 10-minute timer to give everyone a chance to build up. Posting the rules there. There's no structures that are allowed to hit any eco, so you cannot build, say, an agitator in range of an enemy mechs. Co-op eco is allowed. No reclaim hack, if you know what that is. Don't do it. We don't tell anyone that doesn't know what it is, though. It's just so you can't abuse it. You can build eco anywhere after that 10-minute no rush expires, and you have to have fun. That's our final rule. It's a must do. Few last players loading into the game. What we usually see out of the peasants around the map is in the corners. You get a bit of a communism eco, so feeding everyone in the back corner that metal, the wind and the energy and the metal, so that they can jump up to T2 quickly and send out T2 constructors. In the middle, sometimes we see communism eco, but with the 45% bonus, quite often it is favoured. The kings just go at themselves because they can, quite frankly, afford it quite easily and get those fusions up before the 10-minute mark.
The challenge is the move time as well. Once you've built a T2 constructor, for it to waddle over to someone else, in that time they've generally got their own T2 up, which is why we haven't seen too many communist ecos in the middle. We have seen it a couple of times, and when everyone commits to it, it can be incredibly effective. And it looks like we might see some of that this game. We'll have to wait and see.
Yes, we do see someone in chat trying to organize a T1 rush. Just remember tonight, the most overwhelming victory for the peasants came because of 5 players T1 rushing and then another couple of players starting to help them out with a big T2 push at 12 minutes, and then T2 units coming in at about 13 minutes to back all of that up. Looks
at
like
that
we
10-minute
have
mark, you're gonna find.
Looks like we've got some surprise nukes heading in, and we have had a comm accidentally start in the middle, but they are walking their way out. We appreciate that one. It might be a double up. This does happen every now and then. Doesn't look like it's going to affect anything because they didn't spawn near anybody. Rules have just been posted in the chat. No air, no nukes, stay off the damn ramps, and no offensive, no using buildings offensively is the big ones. For those
yeah,
of
we see a lot of Junos that get shot up into the bases to stop that tick spam. They're only allowed to be shot onto the ramps or into your own base if you feel like it.
Yes. Just remember, if you have 1,000 Junos, you can blow up your own wins if you want to.
What do they do? Like 1 damage per shot?
I'm pretty sure, yeah. So you probably don't need 1,000, but if you have 1,000, you will blow up your wins. Can guarantee.
One commander here going into, actually there's a couple going to vehicles instead of bots, including Duffy. Those vehicles do have about, I think, 40% more speed. And have we got a lane that was not taken? Some confusion here for the Kings, and we've got one lane, the lane that I happened to be in last game, not taken by anyone. So
yes, we do. The red player has grabbed a middle spot, and they are going to. That means there will be a free lane. We'll see exactly how that goes. Will be quite rough for the Kings if they are pushed down that lane. But we do
forgot
have
to enforce
Duffy.
the one Chev rule.
We do have Duffy who wants to jump in. Pretty sure that
Duffy quite happy to take all that metal for them.
Yes, pretty sure that Avatar mentioned in the Twitch that they were jumping in as a new player, and that their first experience in Beyond All Reason is in King of the Hill. So we're super glad that you're joining us. We're happy that you wanted to take on the. We're happy you wanted to take on the role of a king. We do love when people play that one. However, this is going to be a huge trial by fire. Does look like some errors flashing.
There's likely to be some fire.
Does look like some errors flashing across the top of the screen. Don't worry too much about those. It is just a couple of the moderators having some fun. I've seen some random D-guns going off a nuke and other such interesting things. Let's have a quick round off for those of you that aren't particularly familiar with what's going on. King of the Hill, the Kings hold the middle. There's 10 minutes no rush, and the outside of the map are the peasants. The Kings win if they destroy the peasants. Peasants win if they destroy the Kings. The things we want to see out of the Kings, we want to see a fusion and T2 and a lot of T2 mexes by that 10-minute mark, along with enough units to push out from the peasants. We want to see some heavy eco in the corners, particularly communist eco, where you help one person get the labs and distribute out your T2 builders. Getting those T2 mexes up for your whole team is a huge amount of metal across the entire map. For the frontline players, you definitely want to focus on getting getting some defenses up so that you can react with units. You want just enough in the way of defenses to let your units come to bear, but mostly you want to be on the offensive. If you can get yourself 20 to 50 incisors by that 10-minute mark, the Kings will stand absolutely no chance. We've also seen massively good pushes with pawns, with grunts, and with blitzers. But it is a little bit of it does feel a little bit scary putting all of your metal into those offensive units. But I can guarantee you they might not trade quite as efficiently as defenses, but if you get them all in the right place at the right time, then they are going to do a phenomenally good job.
To put it into perspective, it was a good player against me, X Factor. I think it was X Factor. Decided I think the 6-minute mark to just go into incisors and managed to get out 60 before the 10-minute mark. And I am quite seasoned at King of the Hill, and he just walked straight over my base, took everything out. Thank goodness that I had a good team that managed to cover my guts.
That many units, there's not a whole lot you can really do. There's only so many defenses you can get down, unless you've got a similarly sized army. It's just going to roll on through.
Yes. And if you think about it, there are 40 odd players on the peasant team. If all of them were able to get 50 in size as average, then that's 2,000 tanks rolling through at 10 minutes. Could you think of anything that could stop 2,000 tanks at 10 minutes? Nope, no one?
Not
Well, the answer is 2,000 tanks. But yes, that is one of the things the Kings should definitely attempt to do. And we do see some cameras, which is quite interesting. We have seen them before, but getting a couple this time round instead of the hundreds we've seen before will definitely help keep an eye on what is going on. Radars are also good for determining whether or not there is a big push. Just remember, please do stay off the ramps. We do see some people who wall the sides of the ramps. We don't mind that because it's just a waste of metal. But try not to go across the tops and the like your opponents. Whatever. It's too late at night.
Ideally, the ramp itself is no man's land.
We do see some communism eco on the top right of the map being done quite well. That one green player sharing the lab and the units, doing a little tap and go, tapping the mechs with a T2 constructor and then sending that constructor onto another base, feeding all 5 players in that corner. So nicely done. Bottom right does see some small communism eco, just the one T2 lab coming up for 2 players. So some combined eco there. And whereas the other 2 corners look like they're going it alone. People building their own T2 labs.
Going it alone.
And plenty of comms that have been detonated to get that metal to put into the T2 labs.
As we've seen from many games tonight, the corners that do that combined eco get ludicrously powerful compared to those that go it alone. Just remember, this is a team game. The more that your team benefits, the better that you benefit. And there's also plenty of overflow to go around when that does happen. If you ever want to learn how to do really good co-op eco, feel free to jump into any of the replays that we do of King of the Hill. Look for players like Duffy and Regeki and then stare in awe as they somehow manage to out-eco the Kings with their 45% bonuses. We know we look at them to try and work out what we're going to do. Interesting little spot just here where that nuke went off at the beginning of the match. See these squares that have popped up? That means that the builder has used the restore command to restore an area of the map to its original height. Just thought I would point that one out because we very, very rarely see this. And we did have a game recently where Twig got landlocked, and if we'd used that command, it may have solved some of the issues.
That could have worked actually.
And my only experience using it crashed the game, but that was 6 months, if not more, ago. So I wouldn't take that. Wouldn't take that as gospel.
And from memory, you did it with a huge amount of build power.
I may have done it with several thousand Lazarus, yes. Over like a third of the map. Don't judge me.
Not forgetting about double the metal as previous games, and despite having more metal, I think he's a little bit further behind than where he usually gets to at this stage of the game. Probably the APM's been spread a little bit, but about to have a second fusion up. The first one took a longer than he usually gets. What is this pinging happening? We've got grave robbers.
There's a couple of grave robbers. I'm not too worried about them. Their circle was just a little bit too big. It happens. It's not a problem.
Yeah, but anything that does happen to find its way up there, if you've got LTs and it kills a res bot and those sorts of things, then
it deserves its death.
Lost a res bot.
Yeah.
If you're in game, people, and you're a peasant, you should be building units at least 2 minutes ago to have enough to go and rush these guys at the start of the game.
We do actually have some decent quantities of units spread around the map. I'm seeing some half decent pushes that are going to be ready at 10 minutes, and they're going into. There's some defenses. The Decurions are going to be crazy, just by the way. If Decurions rank up...
I'm loving the grunts up here.
Yes.
Just running
There's some fairly relatively undefended ramps here, so if everyone's got something ready to go, some of these are going to charge straight on in.
Be aggressive. Be aggressive.
Some defenses coming up. But, as is often the case, the defenses are still coming up at 10 minutes, so if you can get in, you're through.
Yes. And if you look at what's coming up some of these ramps, there's almost no defense whatsoever. With 10 seconds to go, these units are going to start pouring up the ramps, and I can see 3 places where the units are going to go straight in, and I'm loving it. 10 minutes, go, go, go. And we have units pouring up. In the bottom, we have an undefended lane. In the bottom left, we have an undefended lane. In the bottom further left, we have an undefended lane. In the bottom right, we have a single beamer up and about to be a pit bull as well. This is a lot of units
managed to
pouring
come
in.
through
Wow,
one of the
this
few
bottom left has a
defensive
lot.
lanes. Right side is pouring in as well.
The extra
This
lane
is-
that Duffy had to cover as well, not much there to stop, so that is a path straight into some economy.
They managed to come up the
Potentially.
side he hadn't defended
Yes.
at all, and that's kind of luck of the game. You roll the dice on where you hope there might not be something, and find out.
And that is so much damage that is pumping on through. This is the power of early aggression. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 players that are being aggressive, and look at what is happening to the Kings. All it took was a quarter of the players to get aggressive at that 10-minute mark, and they have devastated half of the map, and they're pushing on through. If they take out the APHIS over, if all the units over here take out that fusion, that's going to be huge. The Fiends getting in, but there are so many units here that not even the Fiends are cleaning them up. Just got to keep pumping that damage into the APHIS. If the APHIS goes down, that's going to be absolutely huge. It's going to be pretty close, but I reckon they've got it. Yep, that is the fusion down. That is the entire bottom of the map down. The top is getting flown over as well, and it does seem like when there is one lane that is going to fall, the entire lot is done. Fantastic
This is
With
how
this
it's done,
game,
peasants.
There was pressure coming from every side, so regardless of whether that one lane had been properly defended or not, I suspect we would have seen a very similar situation, because the top side managed to push in as well.
They need to keep pushing though. Duffy does have quite the eco, and these Jaguars
Yeah,
are
it's not
perfect for
over
dealing with almost
yet.
all T1s.
In fact, we might get that 1 versus 40 that Duffy wanted. If he becomes the last player, we do have a.
I'm seeing
invisible
something
Tom
that I
walking
don't
in.
want to say because Duffy will hear you say that.
I mean, it is what it is. Thankfully, it's not going towards Duffy's units. It's heading up to the pink player, so we shall see exactly how far it gets, whether it can gut Duffy from behind or not.
Green getting in with a lot of these goblins, no, they're pawns. Through to the back of Duffy's eco there.
Unfortunately, just by luck of the Jaguars walking past the com is going to take them out. But we now have a very serious problem for the Kings. They have lost so much ground right now. This is going to be an absolute ripper to come back from, especially considering that the total income of the team is 1/4 of that of the Peasants. And it does look like we
still
do
have
have...
scaling.
And it could be
the
even
background.
worse, because the Peasants could come up and get the reclaim.
Finally, we've seen the kind of aggression out of peasants that we've been talking about for way too long.
It's all it takes.
And look, it is perfectly defendable if everyone takes an equal 1/8 of the map and has a solid defense, has spam going up with 1 minute to go and building units with 1 minute to go as Kings. That will be enough to defend most of this. Just having a few Jags takes out quite a few of the pawns. Same goes for Fiends. And Green overwhelming Duffy's defences in the back line there. We do have a single pit bull up in the back line, probably some twin guards or some we call them beamers would be more suited to the job against this many units.
And just one thing.
One of the nice things about King of the Hill is it gives you a good chance to practice that first 10 minutes of building up an eco.
I want to see
And
these
certainly-
units
and
split up a little bit.
Yes, when it comes to this attack down here, you got to split those units up so they don't chain react. One of the things to note, because I know that I've just seen it in game, some people commenting on how the kings need a bigger bonus. Kings have one more than the peasants tonight, but the other thing is that this is actually defendable, even if it doesn't look defendable. The kings do actually have access to a lot of eco. They can set up very well at the top of these ramps, and they can match the amount of units, and so long as they control the reclaim fields, the kings will if you don't destroy the kings and the attack fails, the amount of metal the kings get, because that plus 45, the kings can then build up to a crazy degree from that. So when you get aggression from absolutely every ramp, it does seem like it's impossible, but it definitely isn't, and we've actually seen it defended tonight once.
Ends up by us, our fault that we didn't see that one Chev join the Kings. We do have an unsaid rule that we just say between ourselves to try and keep it 3 Chevs in minimum.
Yes.
So obviously that one lane was not taken, and that was a weak point for this as well. Not to say that the same result wouldn't have happened. I dare say it would have, with how much aggression there was out of the peasants. But yeah, 3 Chevs we find is the sweet spot for a player that understands taking lanes, doing their role, making sure that they don't leak to their neighbour, and if they do, or their neighbour leaks, you go over and cover it. Just knowing those sort of things in the game, that it's not your typical game style. This one here, King of the Hill, you need to really look after your friends.
Yes. Just having a quick look at
one of them falls, everyone's dropping with them.
Yes. As these last 2 comms begin to fall, one of the things that I've had a quick look at is the stats. You would be surprised at how even the damage dealt stat is, even considering how overwhelming this looked for the peasants. Nuke coming in to finish this one off. Looks like that's going to be a big boy. Very nicely done by the peasants right there, showing off what you can do if you coordinate and get it done early. Looking at those stats, 840,000 damage done by the peasants, 740,000 damage done by the kings. Damage efficiency of 105% for the peasants and 80% for the kings. It doesn't take much to turn these games around. Genuinely, it doesn't. If defenses had been slightly stronger versus eco, if units had been in different places, it very much so could have been defended, and then the kings could have really taken off the game with that extra metal.
Okay, I think that's it for us. That's pretty much a wrap for King of the Hill. Crater's going quiet. The wreckage is plentiful, and there's probably a constructor or 2 left in the middle of the map in denial after that last one. Huge thanks to everyone that played, watched, and suffered gloriously, whether you held the king like legends or charged in like lemmings at the end like we saw. You've done your part, and it's made for quite a fun night. We are here every Sunday. We are AllReasonNoLogic. I'm Twig, joined by Pradith. Thanks, Pradith, for so much of your time spent commentating on these, and of course Tank Tom as well, getting in there, setting up a lot of these matches, and doing all the nitty-gritty work behind the scene, while I sit here just like, oh wow, half the time, tired while I'm raising a child.
I gave everyone a thumbs up, which you can clearly see.
Once again, everyone, if we get to 1,000 subs, we are going to stream one of these on equivalent of our Sunday morning, so everybody else's Saturday nights or Saturday during the days for the other side of the world. So please jump over to our YouTube and get us there. We would really appreciate that. Same goes with our Twitch. We're a little bit newer to Twitch. Jump over there and hit the sub there, but we will continue to stream these on the Beyond All Reason channels, the YouTube and the Twitch. Very much enjoy doing that on behalf of the bar team. It's quite a privilege, and any feedback, send us some DMs in Discord. We've been posting that link everywhere. It's also in all our YouTube videos, apart from the shorts. If you got any feedback for what you'd like to see in these games, we do continue to try and work on changing things. I know there's been a few people that have tried to attempt at modifying maps. Shout out to Chronographer and to who was it that was helping us out this week? Law. Thanks to Law, trying to drop some lava into these. We'd like to see a ring around the Raptor crater, stopping any units crossing that 10-minute timer, no rush timer naturally. Still lots of people in game. I don't know what's happening here. If somebody's sticking around, but that's it from us. AllReasonNoLogic. Once again, please hit that like and subscribe.
Happy Easter to everyone. Enjoy your long weekend. Been an absolute pleasure to cast to all of you, and we hope that you all enjoy. I believe that there is a raid being set up potentially. I'm going to switch us over to the end of stream credits, and we'll catch you all in the next one. Thanks for watching, and thanks for enjoying.
Beyond All Reason fans, welcome to King of the Hill by AllReasonNoLogic. Experience 2 or more teams facing off in epic scale warfare, where the Horde gang up on the Kings of the Hill. Kings start off with an economic bonus. They do their best to defend an onslaught after a no-rush timer expires. Test out your micro and defend against multiple players in variations of this game mode. Or be part of the masses. Team up with your allies to topple the throne in a glorious victory. AllReasonNoLogic, hosting King of the Hill lobbies, most Sundays. Join our Discord to be part of the action. See you in game, Commanders. Beyond All Reason fans, welcome to King of the Hill by AllReasonNoLogic. Experience 2 or more teams facing off in epic scale warfare, where the Horde gang up on the Kings of the Hill. Kings start off with an economic bonus. They do their best to defend an onslaught after a no-rush timer expires. Test out your micro and defend against multiple players in variations of this game mode. Be part of the masses. Team up with your allies to topple the throne in a glorious victory. AllReasonNoLogic, hosting King of the Hill lobbies, most Sundays. Join our Discord to be part of the action. See you in game, Commanders. Beyond All Reason fans, welcome to King of the Hill by AllReasonNoLogic. Experience 2 or more teams facing off in epic scale